Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes. Yang kami hormati Wakil Rektor Selingkuh Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Yang kami hormati Dekan dan Wakil Dekan seluruh Selingkuh UNESA. Dan yang kami hormati Kasih Minat dan Bakat Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Bapak Muhammad Zainur Arif SPD MPD. Saya ucapkan juga selamat datang kepada seluruh Dewan Juri, finalis, dan hadirin, baik yang hadir di Rektorat lantai 11 maupun yang bergabung di live streaming YouTube Mawal Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Hari ini, kita akan menyimak grand final pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi Universitas Negeri Surabaya tahun 2023. Pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi merupakan salah satu kompetisi tahunan yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa di berbagai universitas di Indonesia. Kompetisi ini diselenggarakan oleh Direktorat Jenderal Pembelajaran dan Kemahasiswaan di bawah naungan Kementerian Pendidikan, Budaya, Riset, dan Teknologi. Tujuannya adalah memberikan apresiasi kepada mahasiswa terbaik yang siap menjadi agen perubahan untuk membangun Indonesia. Ketiga dewan juri tersebut, yang pertama, Ibu Lina Purwaning Hartanti SPD ML. Yang kedua, Bapak Dr. Warju SPD STMT. Yang ketiga, Ibu Yeti Septiani Mustar SKM MPH. Sebelum memulai acara, marilah kita menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan Mars UNESA. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Indonesia Raya.
duduk kembali. Acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan dari Kasih Minat Bakat kepada Bapak Muammar Zainul Arifin SPD MPD. Dipersilahkan.
Tes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati Wakil Rektor bidang 1 bidang kemahasiswaan dan akademik. Yang saya hormati Direktur Kemahasiswaan Bapak Dr. Muhammad Soleh MPD, Pak Warju selaku PIC dan juga juri Pak ya hari ini. Kemudian ada juga Bu Yeti Septiani, Kasubdit untuk minat bakat penalaran gitu ya. Dan juga juri, kemudian Bu Lina juga juri. Terima kasih. Alhamdulillah pada pagi hari ini kita bisa mengikuti ya semuanya untuk kegiatan Pilmapres tahun 2023. Syukur alhamdulillah tahapan demi tahapan kegiatan Pilmapres sudah kita laksanakan semuanya, mulai dari tingkat prodi, kemudian dilanjutkan di tingkat fakultas, dan kemudian hari ini di grand finalnya di tingkat Universitas Negeri Surabaya begitu. Untuk tahapan Pilmapres kemarin, hari Senin kemarin kita sudah menyelenggarakan untuk tes TEP dan tes TWK ya. Alhamdulillah sudah selesai, kemudian dan juga nilainya untuk bahasa Inggrisnya alhamdulillah bagus-bagus semua, dan juga TWK-nya kemudian dilanjutkan pada penilaian portofolio, dan hari ini terkait dengan nanti ada wawancara langsung ya dari Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri begitu. Terima kasih. Ini adalah ini ya Pilmapres. Peserta untuk Pilmapres tahun 2023 jumlahnya adalah 20 yang mewakili dari masing-masing fakultas, 10 ya, untuk sarjana 7, dan kemudian untuk diploma 3 begitu. Kemudian untuk muda juga sama, jumlahnya 10, 7 untuk sarjana dan 3 untuk diploma begitu. Mudah-mudahan peserta yang sudah terjaring, yang sudah kita pilih dari masing-masing prodi, kemudian dilanjutkan di fakultas, dan sampai hari ini di grand final, mudah-mudahan membawa prestasi ya. Kemudian nanti juga bisa ketika di tingkat wilayah itu juga kita bisa juara begitu. Prestasi terbaik kita tahun kemarin adalah kita masuk 5 besar di tingkat wilayah. Mudah-mudahan untuk yang tahun ini, entah itu yang sarjana utama atau sarjana muda, bisa lolos di tingkat wilayah, dan kita berharap ya, kita berharap dan mudah-mudahan nanti bisa di tahap yang berikutnya nasional begitu. Terima kasih pada semua yang sudah membantu kegiatan ini ya. Seharusnya yang buka ini adalah Pak WR1, kemudian beliau tidak bisa, kemudian harus Pak Direktur Kemahasiswaan, karena hari ini juga ada seleksi ya untuk penerimaan P3K UNESA, dan itu harus diseleksi langsung, maka kemudian Pak Dir juga tidak bisa. Seharusnya dilanjutkan oleh Pak PIC ya, Pak Warju ya. Nah, Pak Dr. Warju, beliau juga WD1 vokasi, seharusnya sambutan, tapi karena juri nggak mau sambutan beliau. Oke lah, enggak apa-apa gitu. Seharusnya setelah Pak Warju tidak bisa, itu harusnya adalah Bu Yeti begitu ya, sebagai kasubditnya. Tapi karena juri ya akhirnya nggak bisa, akhirnya ke saya. Syukur alhamdulillah saya bisa misalkan. Misalkan saya tidak bisa, maka nanti yang sambutan ini Mas Arya. Oke, terima kasih Bapak Ibu di tengah kesibukan semuanya, dan hari ini pada momentum bulan Ramadan, mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini ya, ajang pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi ini kemudian bawa yang terbaik bagi kita semua para peserta. Semangat, selamat ya, sudah lolos pada tahap akhir ya di tingkat universitas. Ini prestasi yang harus saya banggakan, kemudian menyiapkan dengan baik sehingga pada seleksi nanti bisa memberikan yang terbaik gitu. Terima kasih, demikian sambutan dari saya. Karena tadi disuruh sambil membuka acara Mbak ya. dengan ucapan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Grand Final Pemilihan Mahasiswa Berprestasi UNESA tahun 2023 secara resmi dibuka. Sekian dari saya. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan. Selanjutnya, kita akan memulai acara inti, yakni pemaparan gagasan kreatif dan tanya jawab oleh tiap peserta. Untuk waktu pemaparan hanya diberikan 10 menit, dimulai dari kata pertama yang diucapkan, dan dilanjutkan oleh sesi tanya jawab selama 5 menit, dan akan dipilih di layar. Baiklah, peserta pertama adalah Agadata dari S1 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni. Sudah siap? Siap. Kata pertama diucapkan, waktu dimulai. Silahkan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good morning everyone and the honorable judges that I respect so much. Good morning, and also for my friends. And yeah, good morning for me. And here I would like to present my poster that I've sent before. So yes, please, the poster. Okay. Okay, before that, I would like to ask for the committee to zoom out my poster. Okay, so here I have several things that I've mentioned in my poster here. So as our president said, Bapak Joko Widodo said that the Industrial Revolution 4.0 has a big impact rather than it destroys. The speech that Mr. Joko Widodo has said in the Global International Economic Forum. Okay, so here I would like to give you some brief insight about my poster here. So my poster is entitled Developing English Learning Module for vocational high school students majoring in industrial electrical engineering. Okay, so here I would like to give you some background. The reason why I choose this topic here. I've already mentioned the SWOT analysis here. Okay, so in the corner of my poster, you have said that you can see that I have two sustainable development goals. The first one is number 4 and the second one is number 8. Okay, so the sustainable development goal is plans or goals that's arranged by the United Nations that should be fulfilled or aimed before 2030. Okay, this one we have I have two SDGs. The first one is number 4 and the second one is number 8. Okay, the first one is quality of education, and the second one is decent work and economic growth. Okay, so let's start. We have the first one. We have the environment analysis. So the reason why I choose Batam City is because Batam City is such an industrial city with total population about 168,000 working in the industrial field. The reason why I choose Batam City is because Batam City is located in the strategic area between, you know that between Singapore and then Philippines, and also Batam City is such located in the international shipping lines. So here, the reason why I want to bring Batam City is because I was born in Batam City, and I would like to give a contribution to my city because you know that my dad also working in Batam City, but there is several problems that should be fixed in Batam City, especially for the education. Okay, the reason why I choose the SDGs number 4 and 8 is because the SDGs number 4 and number 8 is two elements intertwined. because the successful of the SDGs number 4 will give an impact for the SDGs number 8, decent work and economic growth. So if we have a better all the higher quality of human resource, it will give an impact for the improvement of the economic growth, especially in Batam City itself. So here in Batam City, for the export-import in September 2021, they have economic surplus in about 121 billion rupiah. That's why I want to point that this is the important thing that we have to make pay attention here. So there are several foreigner worker in Batam City, but it's actually an issue because there are a lot of Indonesian or local people who is actually looking for a job in Batam City. That's why I really want to bring up this issue. Okay, the first one is I would like to give some suggestion regarding to this issue by using the STAR method, and after that I would like to give you some the implementation and the plan that I've made before. So I would like to give and build the module for the vocational high school student in Batam City because my friends is one of the alumni here, and I've talked to the English teacher in SMKN 1 Batam regarding to the module, and here I would like to give my idea since I'm currently studying in English education. So because of the issue that we met here, I would like to give some contribution. The first one, I would like to make a English textbook or English module with AMDDI model. Is created by University State of Florida, United States. Okay, so in the ADDI model, we have 5 steps, but actually in my program, we have 3 steps. We have the first one is pre-implementation, the second one is during implementation, the third is the post-implementation. So in the first stage, as known as the pre-implementation, I would like to imply that for the FGDI model, I have to like the analyze and design and developing. And then for the second stage, I would like to bring up the implementation stage, since the second stage is the implementation, the third is post-implementation is include the evaluation and the monitoring. Okay, the first one is for the analyzing, designing, and developing. Okay, so for the analyzing, I would like to highlight 4 things that we have to analyze here. The first one is for the student analysis, and then the second one is work analysis, the third one is the objective analysis, and the fourth is for the teaching implementing. So the first one is work analysis. Is this stage is to analyze and then identify the problem that the students have during the implementation of the previous program, not my program. Or the second one is for the work analysis. The work analysis is for the aim of the work analysis is to know that the students are able to be a target of my program, and the third is the objective. I would like to make this module, but it should be based on the standard competency or competency dasar by the Kemdikbud, so that I just want to integrate what I found in my KTI or scientific paper to the English textbook in SMKN 1 Batam. Okay, and after that we have a designing. Designing is from the framework of the module, but actually not the module, but it's still the framework. And the third is developing. The developing here is to control and then to evaluate the framework of the module. And then after that, for the second stage, I have the implementation of the program. And for the ADDI model, I choose the implementation. In this stage, I want to bring up how to implement my program to the real life situation. So I would like to, after the module has been already produced, I would like to implement this module to the SMKN 1 Batam student, especially majoring in industrial engineering, industrial electrical engineering, I'm sorry. And the last stage is for the evaluating. So the evaluating here is to evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of my model that I've produced before. Now, not only that, after the after the evaluations, I would like to mention that we also have the monitoring, so that we want to keep in track my program, whether it is success or not. But if not, there is an option that I would like to give to the students in SMK Satu Batan or for the institution. Okay, so here for the if this program is failed, I would like to ask for the collaboration for the another institution, and then for the guest teacher for the SMK Satu Batam, so that it can improve the students' performance. Now, therefore, the success of this program, I hope that this program can be implemented not only in SMK Satu Batam, but also to every vocational schools in Indonesia, like that. But for example, I would like to make this SMK Satu Batam as my sample for this program, like that. Since SMK Satu Batam is the best vocational school, especially for industrial major. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih Aga, dan itu tadi paparan yang pertama dari kategori sarjana utama yang sudah disampaikan oleh Aga Data. Gimana Aga Data? Sudah lega?
Ya. Yeah.
Oke, selanjutnya adalah silahkan Aga Data melihat layar dan memilih nomor berapa untuk diajukan pertanyaan.
We'll choose number 3.
Nomor 3.
Okay, question to Aga Data. The development of English language learning module has been facilitated by the use of interactive multimedia. To what extent do you assess this module is effective in preparing vocational high school students for the industrial labor market?
Okay, thank you so much for the nice question. Okay, so I've talked to my friend, this one of alumni in SMK Satu Batam. She said that in SMK Satu Batam, they only have the general English for grade 1 until 3. But actually in vocational high school, they have 4 years. But in the last year, they just focus on the success of TOEIC. So I think 1 year is not enough to, like learning intensively about English. So the reason why you say that the current textbooks already have the interactive multimedia, but in my module, the difference between my module and another module is because we adapt the ADDI model that is created by the Florida State University, United States, and we have several steps that can be implemented in SMK Satu Batam. Not only that, because the DDI model is not only for the interactive learning, but also the instructional materials like that. So actually, the ADDI model has found to facilitate the students to know about the real life problem, not only for the material in the class like that. And in addition, for me, through the ADDI model, I know that it's not like just a book. It's not like, oh yeah, we know that it's material and we use it only in school, but also in real life, as I said before. That's why the use of ADDI model in the implementation of integrated English for general in English for purpose is to train the students to be able and to be ready to go to the next step of their learning journey, especially for they want to go to the labor. Okay, so I would like to highlight something here. The reason why I choose SMK Satu Batam, because they have a partner, factory that become the partner. Now, the reason why I want to develop this module in this school is because I want to prepare all the students not only ready for working in only factory partner with the SMK Satu Batam, but also all factories like that in Indonesia or in the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Aga Data. Sudah lega? Terima kasih. Disilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Baiklah, memasuki peserta yang kedua adalah Ani Kurnianingsih dari S1 Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis. Sudah siap? Baik. Waktu akan dimulai saat ucapan pertama diucapkan. Silahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Surabaya, the city that we are currently stepping on, has variety of unique and distinctive local attraction, including a historical, artistic, culinary heritage, entertainment, and other. The Honorable, all the judges, and all the lecturers, and my friends who are here, I'm Ani Kurnianingsih from Economy Studi Business, Faculty of Economic and Business, proud to present my creative idea poster entitled Surabaya Smart Sustainable Tourism. The concept of smart tourism integrated with the deep pentahelix strategy as a basis for developing Indonesian tourism. A part of having the second business airport in Indonesia, namely Juanda International Airport, the government of Surabaya is one of the parties that is very concerned about the development of Surabaya tourism. In real action, the government of Surabaya make COVID-19 mitigation in form of virtual tourism that is can revive the tourism sector, even though it is not comparable with the other elements such as services, transportation, restaurant, hotel, MSMAS, and the other. In addition, contribution to the Surabaya tourism sector to original local government has not been maximized. The tourism sector take contribution to original local government is only about 40.7%, while the tourism sector in levy is only 6.75%. Therefore, this idea tries to much as possible to embrace the business owned by the community around the tourism area, so that in here a multiplier effect is created here. Surabaya Smart Sustainable Tourism is a smart tourism concept that is integrated with the platform called U-Tourism. Conceptually, this tour is relying on big data, advanced in connectivity, and IoT to create integration between the object or attraction, tourism services, and the tourism facility business. This tourism seeks to provide experience, ecosystem, and smart tourist destination, which are derived from data obtained and processed. To achieve the target of this program, involves the pentahelix. According to the journal published by Palesto and Octanisa in 2023, the pentahelix can increase the understanding of tourism implementation because it have a sensual awareness and understanding perspective about the local communities and existing cultural values. This concept is very suitable to be applied in this country, Indonesia, which is famous for the diversity and the motto Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. The work plan of this idea start from the corporation, initial information gathering, planning, designing, implementation, promotion, evaluation, and development. The source fund used implementation this idea is a result from the foreign investation such as Korea with the priority companies such as K-Wave and other companies that have some vision with this program. The reason for using foreign investment is to boost the level of Indonesia investation because according to the journal published by Kurnianingsih in 2020, Indonesia has the lowest investment level in ASEAN. The development and interest of Indonesia citizens in Korea also promotional strategy and the potential for long-distance cooperation such as future conquered development for Korea will carry out by using hologram. And this program is related to the Sustainable Development Goals. In the first is point 8, decent work and economic growth. The concept of sustainable tourism inline the goals inclusive and sustainable economic growth, namely caring for the health nature. And the second is the SDGs number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The concept of sustainable tourism industry in this integrated technology. And then number 17, partnership for the goals. The concept partnership and the capital foreign investment correspondent the mobilization of additional financial resources from various sources. And the last is number 1, no poverty. The multiplier effect given to this community in the line with the aim reducing the poverty. And this idea also contribute in industrial 4.0. The first is cloud computing, technology for storing user database using cloud computing. And then is IoT to predict, monitor, communicate, and improve customer service. And then is virtual reality, provide choice to provide facilities for the traveling offline and virtually. And these ideas will contribute in society 5.0. The first is big data, used to manage all from structured data in the system. And then smart tourism, providing information, service, all things about the tourism ecosystem. And then is ISIG atau System Informatical System, information system capable providing digital map information, the fast way, connection, condition, and the other. And the last is AI to provide consultant and tourism information according to the user need. Okay, thank you.
Baik, Ani, masih tersisa waktunya, mau dilanjutkan? Cukup?
Enough.
Baik, selanjutnya silahkan memilih nomor yang ada di layar.
I choose number 1.
Nomor 1. Kepada Bu Yeti, silahkan memberikan pertanyaannya.
Okay. Ani Kurnianingsih. Your paper explains that substantial funds are required to implement the program. Could you describe your steps to secure the necessary funding to realize this concept?
Okay, I will try to answer. From this fund, the source of fund used in this implementation idea is more than 400 million, and this idea result from investment for abroad such as Korea with the priority companies such as K-Wave and the other companies that have the same vision with the Surabaya Smart Sustainable Tourism. The reason for using foreign investment is to boost investment level in Indonesia, because according to journal published by Kurnianingsih in 2020, Indonesia has the lowest investment level in ASEAN, and the investment preference to lowest gross domestic product with the is not touching 2%. The development and interest in Indonesia citizen to Korea is also a promotion strategy in a potential for long distance cooperation, such as the future concept performance for Korea will be carried out using hologram, and to collect from the investor the concept idea and forecast result, the propose the net present value and internal rate ratio has more than 230%. This is can be result that this funding is acceptable to be investment. Thank you.
Bu Yeti mungkin menambahkan pertanyaan. Sudah cukup?
It's enough, thank you.
Baik, kepada Ani dipersilahkan untuk kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya, adalah peserta yang ketiga, yaitu Aulia Safia Nuril Arwani dari S1 Ilmu Keolahragaan dari Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan. Silahkan.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and the honorable judges, and also my especially supervisor, Mr. Indra Himawan, and also all of the Pilmar Press participants. In this morning, I would like to present my paper that titled Sedentary Lifestyle that Increasingly Physical Fitness Taught the Children Physical Activity. The development of the times and increasingly advances technology can facilitate the various things. The ease of the conveniences can be seen in everyday life, such as conveniences when the moving place by using the object online, or the ease, the online shopping, or the ordering food by the delivery order system. This had led to the lifestyle change from a healthy lifestyle to the sedentary lifestyle. But the change in the lifestyle create new problems. A sedentary lifestyle results in decrease in the physical activity in the children. Many children prefer to play their gadget rather than play outside with their friend outside the home. This habit can lead a change in the nature of the behavior of the children. The feeling of being lazy and do the physical activity doesn't only affect the decrease in the physical activity, but there is a change in the nature in the children. Children became more apathetic toward their surroundings and prefer focus in their phone respect only. Even though the physical activity in children is important for their growth and the development of children's health. Therefore, I came with an idea to help the increase the physical activity in children, with the target are 7 until 15 years. Increased physical activity can be done with a variety of activity. To invite the children to physical activity, talk with the fun of activity, such as cycling or jogging, walking around, playing ball, or playing traditional games like gobak sodor, petak umpet, or the boy-boyan, as well as the other activity that involve moving the activities. Inviting children to play and exercise that they like can help the children increase the physical activity. Children should do the physical activity every day at least at the 60 minutes in the moderate intensity. Physical activity that is enjoyable and the various of the physical activity are according to development according to the age of the children. The physical activity you do doesn't have to be an exercise, but all of the activity that carried by moving, whether like walking, jogging, running, dancing, playing, or something else, can be regarded as the physical activity. In addition, the activity in increase to physical activity is the role of the parents, teacher, and the surroundings environment, because the role of the parent is the controlling in the children. Parent can invite and accompany to do the physical activity with the children. Providing the physical activity aims to reduce the behavior sedentary in the children. So the children do more physical activity in order to improve the physical fitness and improve the children's health. Thus, it can assist the effort to improve the health of the children according to the Sustainable Development Goals number 3, that's health and well-being. That's all from me. Thank you.
Masih ada 5 menit, mau dilanjutkan? Cukup, silahkan melihat layar dan memilih nomor mana.
I choose number 2.
Silahkan Dr. Warju menyebutkan pertanyaannya.
Okay, question to Aulia. There has been numerous appeal for the importance of physical activity to children's health and wellness. However, given the number of children who favor online games, achieving this goal remains a formidable challenge. Could you describe the physical activity program you offer to raise children's awareness of the negative effect of a sedentary lifestyle? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. May I answer your question? In my opinion, the sedentary has very significant effect in the decrease of the children physical activity. This can be seen from the several studies which state that 73 until 84% of the children spare their time being the sedentary, like playing with their gadget and playing or the lazy in at home. That show that a portion of the children's physical activity is classified as a less of activity. That in general as much as 26%, according to basic health research in 2013 years. That's the effect, negative effect from the sedentary, like physical decrease in physical activity on children, and then obesity from the children, so that can be decrease the health from the children. That's for me. Thank you.
Sudah, Pak Warju? Baik, terima kasih Aulia. Silahkan kembali ke tempat. Baik, memasuki peserta yang keempat oleh Faizur Rahmanti dari S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Sudah siap? Silahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, selamat pagi, good morning. My name is Faizur Rahmati and I'm from Special Education, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, class of 2020. The honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever think, what is sex education? Or better, did you get it from your previous education? Or have you ever think about how students or people with disabilities study or know or just think about their needs to the sex education itself? Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me share my research presentation outline. That the first one is, what problem did I solve here? Second, the timeline. Third, why I choose UDL, sex education, UPT ABK over the others. Third, what is my product? And fourth, the difference between my research and other. Fifth, what solution they are raised. Sixth, the accordance with what SDGs and Industrial Revolution as the basis of my research. And the process of applying research. And the last, is it work and important for the autism? Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, the problem. It's been the 8 years we run the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals program. And the bad news is we live in an age that many of us think that sex education is a taboo topic. From the education area, in the fourth SDGs and also the third SDGs, we know that in the aspect we did not fulfill the purposes indicator that of course will affect our condition now. Furthermore, the fact that children without and with special education and adults still have problems to improve in this sex education area. And at the same time, the huge data growth of children with autism spectrum disorder per year increases more or less just like 500 people, and that is an uncertain number. And the next one, to expand the curricular view of the sex education in Indonesia, especially in Sidoarjo, as the object of my research that have a huge number of the autism that until now is not a certain number that show in the data. Even the distribution of the education is still lacking, so important materials such as sex education is not widely distributed. Next, many teachers and educational institutions have not properly implemented and understood sex education. There has been no innovation that reach remote formal education or informal education in Indonesia. Thus, the understanding of typical children as well as those with autism requires the application of more than understanding. And the main problem is to avoid the sexual harassment that increasing, especially in the study in 2014 that found 78% of respondents with autism is a victim of the sexual harassment. And the next one is the timeline. I'm using ADDI as the method for my timeline here. On the early stage of the development, which contain the analysis, development, and design. And the next is after I form the analysis, development, and design, I'm using implementation and evaluation right after research. And the third, why did I choose UDL, sex education, UPT ABK over the others? UDL, Universal Design for Learning, is a new cognitive neurosciences that already approved in Indonesia that focusing on inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, and actually has been provided in the abroad, but it seems just like 90s. It is far from Indonesia's time. The next one is about the sex education itself. From my personal experience as the autism spectrum disorder specialty students, in every institution that I have visited, there must have been problems with learning sex education. Whether it's from the stories that teachers who find it difficult to provide understanding to their students, then students who like to touch certain vital area is the main problem. And also to parents who are confused and in the end, just forbid without giving explanation so that the child is increasingly rebel because of his misunderstanding. And the next one, why I choose UPT ABK Sidoarjo, is first one, about the place. And the next one is about the increasing number of the students with autism, especially in these institutions that I work for the internship, and the need for sex education learning that innovated and already implemented with the innovation itself. And Sidoarjo has the nickname of Industry Center. In this case, we know that there are so many effects based on the industry center itself. First of all, it's causing the autism. It's not a relevant idea to just justify autism based on the industry center effect, but in Sidoarjo, there are so many evidence that show there are so many children that grow there and they're affected by the industrial. And the second one, what is my product? Ladies and gentlemen, here I present Serasi, Sex Edukasi Ramah Autisme Sahabat Inklusi, or we can call it in English, Sex Education Autism Friendly Inclusive Friends. And in this product, this is a game site that packaged in a role play method and based on universal design for learning that designed for the autism and other disabilities and also the typical children. And the next one, the difference between my research and other studies using follow-up methods which is not used as the right method learning for the autism itself and using the lecture method. What solution is raised? First one, the autism children provided with the right learning choice that effective and inclusive with the UTL. And they can study everywhere when it's formal and informal education to the website application. And the next one, the accordance with what SDGs and Industrial Revolution as the basis of my research. The first SDGs that I took is the SDGs number 4A, that build and upgrade education facilities in non-violent, inclusive, and effective learning environments for all, and 3.7 SDGs that ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health services, including the Family of Reproductive Health International Strategies and Programs. And Serasi, using Industrial Revolution 4 Software as a Services, or SaaS, utilize cloud computing technology. And the process of applying research, this idea is already approached, get further recommendation from the counselor, from the ASD or Autism Spectrum Disorder Specialty, Direktorat Disabilitas UNESA, SLB Putra Mandiri, and UPT ABK Sidoarjo, and get the positive replies. And is this work or important for the autism? Yes. From the material of the sex education and the learning method that combine the specific and trusted method by the expertise in special education, focusing on inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, using the role-play side of UTL, have a UI design that autism friendly and accessible for all the disabilities, memory free, and using SaaS technology. You can also scan the barcode there to see the visual of this website. I hope as soon as possible to get an official publish it, official copyright to publish it, and the sex education intervention can be provided in here to solve all the bad impression. Ke Bekasi antar kucur, just Serasi for the better future. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Faizur. Luar biasa itu tadi. Sudah lega ya Kak? Sudah mengungkapkan semuanya. Selanjutnya silahkan melihat layar untuk memilih nomor dari pertanyaan yang sudah disiapkan oleh juri.
I choose number 1.
Nomor 1. Silahkan Ibu Lina.
Okay, good morning, Mbak Faizur Rahmatin. So for me, in my opinion, Serasi is a good website, but unfortunately, in your explanation, you have not included who will give the funding and how much money you need for developing the website. So could you please specify those problems? Thank you.
Silahkan.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I will start my answer, right now. And as the answer, why the reason that I not including the fund and all of the requirement that, especially of the fund itself, it's because I'm still reaching in the third method that, the third stage of the method that I said before, that in the 2 point that I'm still in the third stage, which is the development itself. So for the funding and also the development of, due to the funding itself, it will be implemented in the implementation and also the evaluation. So in this case, Serasi still developing its design and development due to we use a lot of participation, just like from the Special Education UNESA, Direktorat Disabilitas UNESA, SLB Putra Mandiri, and also the main object is from the UPT ABK Sidoarjo. And in this case, I'm still not discussed about the funding because due to my previous research, I'm using it as the design too, and I'm talking about the funding after the research is evolved, and also the development is evolved too. So in this case, I will state that Serasi is still a development website that actually approaching the stage in the developing the design itself, just like the website main page in here is still developed, and I still need the further approach of this development too. And also I using the tahap pengembangan or developmental stage of the Serasi website. In there, we can see the analysis and design stage and also the development stage. That I'm still in the development stage. So in this case, it's still a developmental website that will be approached to the others participations, just like at the institutions. And if I want to get further to this research, just like the method that I took, just like in the implementation and the evaluation, in there I add some points too to gain the quality and also the bug test and all of the things that updated in here. And it's included also the funding strategies, funding requirement in here to develop my website. And also added the collaboration between UPT ABK and Direktorat Disabilitas UNESA. So this funding, so the way of this funding will go near is just like after I develop and also just get the further acceptance from the institutions that I'm using to this research too. Thank you.
Okay, just a second. I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
So it means you have not planned your budget before your research.
Okay, thank you for the question, ma'am. So in this case, I have planned my research plan, just like the funding, but it's on the implementation and evaluation. But I'm not edit on the just like the pamphlet, but I'm using another explanation of it instead of give the detail of it, but I'm using a certain sentence that actually collected in just like the funding and the further analysis and the further development combined into the next stage, that is the implementation and also the evaluation. Thank you.
Cukup, Bu Lina? Cukup. Baik, terima kasih Kak Faizur. Bisa kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya, peserta kelima, Jihan Fairuz Salsabila Salwa dari S1 Ilmu Hukum Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum. Silakan. Kata pertama bisa dimulai.
Okay, thank you for the master of ceremony for this morning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen and judges that I respect for this morning. Today I'm standing in here being the participant of competition of this grand final of the Pilma Press of 2023. So I'm not just for giving presentations for my presentation is but I want to make an information and giving some discussion to everybody and anyone else in this room. Okay, for the commit, maybe can help me for. Okay, so everybody, this is my poster. Maybe we can see for everybody that my poster is so simple things, but the simple things is more that's important things and something things for we want to discuss on it today. So I just this SDGs in the substances and the number 8 for the reason that causes of we all everybody know that the Indonesian has an economic history that has not been unstable, and this is one the impact from the unstable economic of Indonesians, like for the 8 number of substantions that we call about the not been at stable scales in recent years, and the job facility for the next generations, which consists that's meaning of trying to increase inclusive economic growth and sustainable, full and productive employment opportunities and the same work for all. And ladies and gentlemen, back to the things that I want to reviewing and about this what happened in Indonesians important things. The first era about the Indonesians is departing from the status of Indonesians is a state which is still developing country. Of course, it requires equitable development. That Indonesia aspect that become benchmark for national development, increasing the national. And the relation improving the quality of the human resources and changing the structure of the economy, and the United Nations is in a role changing in the world and has development program in the function of sustainable maintain that the economic conditions in Indonesia is now maintain sustainability of the social life community and maintain the quality of the environment and inclusive development and maintain the governance of the quality of life and from one generation in other, which is the environment countries which are sectioned, the especially developed country, which is must be the target of social welfare during an economic in the 2016 until 2013 in SDGs. However, there are many aspects and many things we can see in these things about the corruption. If we want to talk about the corruption, is the reason to why we should to eliminate the aspect of the corruption is the main reason for Indonesian perfect economies and the development, because many things are taken from the state which are not their rights but the rights of the people. And another impact of the causes of the by corruption of Indonesians damage the country's economic is the corruption behavior is often to fund this procurement and government goods and service, and this which results in low quality on government goods services that disrupt the people's economy and low public services. Second, corruptions destroy the mentality and the culture of the Indonesians. Helping to Indonesians, we can improving by the governments into the local Indonesians people. Because I'm from the Department of Law, so I want to telling about the basic of the law. So in the Black Law Dictionary, in the Capital Corruptions Crime module, that we talked about the corruptions is the meaning and carried out with an intention to gain some advantage than its currency, that contrary to official dues and others truth and act or an official that someone trusts is a which is in the violation of the law and full of errors use some on advantage and for himself or other that conflict with duties and not for the truth. And there's so many things impact if we want to telling about the SDGs. If we back about the that's our commentation about my opinion before about the that's implementations about what happened in Indonesians today. Why we always and we should to thinking about what happened in Indonesians today, because the urgency to our country is about the growth economic. However, there are many aspects of the 70 goals, like what I'm saying before in SDGs. The one what is concerned jobs, sustainability, and economic growth. And this is as I take topic point for number 8 for the dark process that that's urgency of country and changing the world economy is very important, especially the country of Indonesia. Back again, the according is that to data from the Central Statistic Agency that Indonesians increased by
5.31% higher than achievement in the 2021. That's the good information and the good news for our economic growth country. That's possible thanks to we can catch the things more in the world to showing that the Indonesian country has a good or stable economic in the years in the step years by years. And then the figure is an achievement for Indonesia is a system of maintaining to good economic growth. Okay, but reviewing the granting of board autonomy, about we talk about the region is a political perceptions to create the overall stability for the country. We can removing about the political things if we want to talk if we want to talking about the economic states or economic growth in Indonesia, because the impact of or the comparing about economic states about the government about the stakeholder is about the political lobbying. So given the aspiration in the form of local democracy, euphoria now makes people very sensitive to demand a wider role which previously that was under the shadow of the authoritarianism and the centralism. And then in the midst of the campaign being carried of the regional government, and this with the aim of increasing there's a regional income or PAD, that people in the regions are forced and expectors in the management of the natural resources products in their area, but the reality that is happening is very far from the ideal concepting and the reported, because the quality promise cannot complete or even the live and the less fortunate, so that quantity of people who are still that's willing and is probably is still high above the average number. However, we cannot close our eyes and we can close our ears to hearing what happened in Indonesians today news about the growth economic and the good professionals things jobs in Indonesia for generation by generations. Economic growth which is also influenced by the political system. This system can be a reason for inhibiting economic growth in Indonesia, and which we call this capitalist. As long as we know that maybe all of us in this room is know about the capitalism. Capitalism is the one thing that Indonesians didn't already for making that capitalism economic in Indonesia. Maybe there's so many positive impact about that, but there's so many negative impact for that. If we want talking about for demanding about the press our and push that our digitalization about the economic state. I really disagree about that capitalism in Indonesians have many control and being a central control of economic growth economic. And so another impact is there's delegation of authority and autonomy, and then that's towards natural resources that have been managed. And then the natural resources with motivation, sometimes even the government, which is called person, can damage the ecosystem by vandalism, agree with government's willings and PAD, becoming a mere issue to calm or muffle the voice of the people, democratic uproar. And the political and economy show the reason for political actors to describe these arguments, starting from the legislature and the executive and the owners of the capital, as well as the interest, the incentive of the government, which are interest, the economic and the vested. And the capitalistic economy guarantees three freedoms. The freedom is a creation is a freedom owned asset individually and or individually things, and the freedom to carry out economic activities. And then the freedom to compare or compete. And the capitalism economic system is indeed a very supportive or freedom, not only in terms of property rights, but also in economic activities and the free competitions. If we want to back again talking about the capitalism, what's the meaning of capitalism? That's a capitalism meaning things is understanding the capital economic system according by Mrs. Agustiati in the 2009. She says about the capitalistic economic system is a meaning about which the production, distribution, and utilization are privately owned, namely individuals and private sectors. And Adam Smith tells us about the capitalism about that's to play a major role in the creating capitalism. And then through his book, From the World of Nations, Adam Smith explained the concept to about a license environment's principle of invisible hand. So
the first thing that I can tell about the positive or negative things about the capitalism. The first is the adaptability
Maaf,
about the
waktunya habis.
transportation. Okay.
Cukup.
Maybe we want to make a closing. Okay, that's all for me and thank you.
Langsung saja Virus memilih nomor yang sudah ada di layar.
Okay, I choose 3.
3. Silahkan Ibu Lina memberikan pertanyaan.
Okay, thank you. So, based on your explanation on the capitalism, so how would you implement SMART in solving capitalism problem? So, specific, measurable, acceptable, realistic, and also the time bound. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. For the second educators we are today. So how implementation about the SMART? The first, maybe I want to telling about the reasoning why we should to terms about our capitalism, or we make there's more discussions about this capitalism. The first is this epistemological view, which is meaning-sticks, positivistics, and positivism, which spheres facts and values, and even only fixated on this, that so-called phenomena on facts and ignores the values, has proven its inability to explain and development of a modern science and criticism. And for the second reason is the assumption of the capitalism is which presupposes and the distribution of wealth, and then will occur to automatically when society is already purposes. An example is just like a concept for trickle down effect, and then forgets the aspect about the human irrationality, which is greedy and vicious. And the third thing is the greed of accumulating capital things, and the result is excessive explosion of the nature and the will of human beings, which in turn creates and the logical crisis and the damage to nature respectively. And as Habermas, like what Habermas say in the 1988 about the mentioned capitalism is a conscience to cause the ecological imbalances and the anthropological implications about the personality system disturbances and the internationalities imbalances. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Cukup? Baik. Silahkan Virus kembali ke tempat. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya, yakni peserta ke-6 atas nama Aufarina Indriani Savitri, S1 Pendidikan Fisika, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Sudah siap?
People say Indonesia is paradise, diversity of life in it. I am Aufarina Indriana Savitri from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science. Together with the selection of outstanding students in 2023, I'm ready to contribute for UNESA one step ahead. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. The global framework of reference that underlies particularly the sustainable development of a country is an agenda of the 17 SDGs 2030. Indonesia is one of the countries that actively participate in effort to realize SDGs 2030, one of which is the development goals, namely zero hunger. However, the reality shows that the area of Indonesian agricultural land has decreased significantly as a result of land conversion due to urbanization activity. Thus, the situation has an impact on the supply of food in the fruit category such as canned pepper. This type of plant is produced because it can benefit farms in terms of relatively highest economic value and is consumed by the large in public quantities. This low productivity is due to the low utilization of technology, including temperature and humidity control system, pest control, and conventional irrigation system. So, I am proud to present Arm-Hiller's smart rooftop farming in chili cultivation system, ICT and IoT-based chili cultivation innovation to realize sustainability. Arm-Hiller's is the same time a digital platform that helps in the cultivation process. Several features can be run, namely temperature and humidity control system and automatic drip irrigation. So it will increase the cultivation efficiency can pepper. And that was my presentation regarding arm halos. More or less, I apologize and I hope it will be useful. Thank you.
Sudah cukup? Silahkan memilih angka yang ada di layar.
I choose number 2.
Nomor 2. Dari Ibu Lina lagi. Silahkan.
Okay, thank you. So it's me again. In your concept, you only stated budget for implementing ARM Halos system. However, you also need to monitor this system through mobile application because it will be connected to mobile application, right?
Right.
Yeah. So how about the budget for developing the application? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, judges, for the question. I would like to answer it. That the amount of one need to make a set arm halos, which is applied in one place of can paper cultivation, is 1,643,000. And the solution to this problem is to invite to corporation of the private sector and to assist in funding in term for investment by signing an MOU, and this is done so funding for the implementation of arm halos will be lighter considering that the market demand for cayenne paper and is always increased so that it become one of the urgent problem that must be resolved immediately. Thank you.
Cukup, Ibu Lina. Baik, terima kasih Afaurina. Silahkan kembali ke tempat. Baik, peserta terakhir dari kategori sarjana utama selanjutnya adalah Muhammad Akser Radityo Aji dari S1 Teknik Elektro Fakultas Teknik. Silahkan. Sudah siap? Kata pertama, waktu dimulai. Silahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning to all of the audience, especially the honorable judges who have been sparing their time in these very special occasions, the selections of the most outstanding student of UNESA. My name is Muhammad Aksar Aji, and I'm standing here as the representative of the engineering faculty. And today, I will be presenting about my creative presentations. First of all, let me ask you quick questions. Have you ever imagined to live a life with special needs? Arbitrarily born with it, and you cannot do anything about it. And that's exactly what have been faced by a lot of people out there, especially people with autism spectrum disorder, or as we call it as ASD, right? Autism spectrum disorder often have distinguished characteristics. They have a nerve development problems that lead into the difficulty in socializing with other people, hard to communicate, be it verbally or non-verbally, and also oftentimes they have like repetitions in their particular actions. Autism have become serious problem in Indonesia. The number that happens in Indonesia reached 3.2 million in 2019, and this number continue to grow by 500 newborn baby a year, which apparently a really huge amount of number. And alongside the number that continue to grow, problem also exists. Difficulties also exist towards these people. Uncomfortable environment because they have really distinguished characterizations, losing focus in learning process in every single educational system because they have like different characteristics, and also the lack of learning facility that they have. What they need and what they want is a supporting system, and therefore I present you my creative presentations. So the problem that we need to discuss in this particular presentation is regarding about two things. Number one, children with autism often need to wait for a really long period of time until they manage to go for a formal education, which apparently even after they go to formal educations, they still do not have a promising facility. They don't have enough manpower to teach them properly, and that's exactly the major problem. Take a look at Indonesia and to how right now SLB or Sekolah Luar Biasa apparently so costly and very limited in amount, which apparently I said it's something that become the major concern of children with autism. And number two is also the lack of preschool method, because right now preschool method only using like 2D books, which apparently not quite interesting towards them. It's super ineffective. And we proudly present to you RX, right, which is autism reality experience for kids. And this is the thing that I will say as the additional method to teach them and supporting mechanism to teach them. It will also in line with SDGs number 4 about quality of education, because quality of education is not only about increasing books, it's not only about teaching more and give socialization towards children, but also new technology that will be accessible for everyone, that easy to be used by everyone, and that's exactly about RX. So in this today presentation, I will be presenting about 3 materials. Number 1, I will be presenting about how RX looks like. Number 2, I will talk about the Internet of Things or IoT and how does it works and how it is impactful for RX. And lastly, if I have enough time, I will give you a brief and quick presentation as to how RX works, because I have the prototype right here. So now let's jump to the first content. How does RX looks like? RX is an augmented reality system or AR system in a form of applications that focus to help children with autism. It will be using early interventions method, which target are children in between age of 1 until 3 years old. And it will be implementing IoT or Internet of Things, which will control the visualizations of the product, the movement of the product, as well as the audio that comes from that particular product. So the role of IoT or Internet of Things is super significant in the implementations of RX, because apparently IoT or Internet of Things will be used to capture data that we also can call as data sensing. It's also going to be generated within AI or artificial intelligence, which is becoming the base measure of data analytics. And also all of this will be done only for the sole purposes of having an easy access and also something that will be, easy to be used by everyone and also user friendly. And how we're exactly going to do that? There are 3 steps of works that we're going to do. Number 1 is about the digital database. And the way we're going to generate digital database is that we're going to use Unity as the basis software because it's affordable and also cheap right now. Number 2, as in for AI development, we are going to have planned to use machine learning as the major basic towards the method of AI that we're going to be implemented. And as for data processing, we're going to use Python as the major as the major wording of the particular coding system. So these things will conclude into one particular system in a base of applications that we can download in our smartphone and in every device that we have. So right now, because I have time, I actually have the prototype right here. If you may allow me, I can give it towards the judges in their chair so that they can see towards how RX will work. All right, so as in for the step-by-step of using RX, it's basically if we try to open the applications right in front of our personal device, we can directly move into the particular, particular menu that will have start button upon it. And yeah, we're just going to directly focus it towards the card that we have. And apparently, we're not only have lion that is presented in the judges, we still have a lot of cards right here with the variety of animal, which apparently it will become very useful as the learning method of children's. And after we have those things presented and pop up inside of our personal device, then teacher, parents, your sibling, even yourself can learn about it on your own, because there are detailed descriptions towards the particular product that we have and also the particular animals that we have presented. And that's basically how AREC works. It's pretty simple, and I think everyone can use it. It's a really efficient method to teach, especially comes within children with autism. Oftentimes, children with autism are quite not interested into something like books and such. Therefore, we try to adapt 3D materials as a form of the, learning process and also teaching material. So the expected outcome that we hope will happen is that number one, it will become the effective and also efficient learning tools for every single children with autism out there. And number two, it will also be an easy to use and also user-friendly applications that everyone inside of Indonesia can use at the end of the day, right? Therefore, under those things, we really hope that it will eventually create a really huge improvement in in learning process, also teaching material, especially for children with autism. All of that, we're so proud to present to you towards AREC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Silahkan Axel memilih nomor yang ada di depan.
I choose number 2.
Nomor 2. Ibu Lina lagi. Silahkan Ibu Lina.
Okay. Yeah, so we already saw the application, and it seems that it's already what is it? It's ready. Yeah, the application is ready and ready to use. What I mean. Go back to my question. AREC is an application, so how does intervention method work here? Since you only explained the design of AREC. Thank you.
Silahkan.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Lina, for that particular questions towards the implementations of our method in AREC. But before I answer that questions, a brief clarifications for the products. It's actually not a complete product yet. It's still a prototype that can be developed further. Therefore, the feature is still not complete, and I hope that it can be completed very soon. But as into how we're going to implement early interventions method inside of AREC, it will be in the base of AI analytics. As in for now, the AI is still not ready yet to be operated, but as in for the concept, we will try to use machine learning as the basis method. What does machine learning imply? Machine learning implied into AI will try to detect towards the specific needs of the user, trying to analyze towards what user needs by using objective measurement that happens, and we will try to input all of the code all together using Python, and that's apparently how we're going to be able to sense what the children need when they use AREC. And if these products have been completed later, maybe in the future, then it will become a really efficient tool, because it not only is going to give 3D picture to the children, but also it will be able to develop further towards how so the specific needs that the children want, and what something that can appeal towards them and make them more interested into learning. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Bu Lina, sudah cukup? Baik, silahkan Axel kembali ke tempat. Terima kasih atas paparannya. Itu tadi 7 kategori sarjana utama yang sudah mempresentasikan hasil gagasan kreatif dan sesi tanya jawab dengan juri. Tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk sarjana utama kita pada hari ini. Baik, untuk sebelumnya kita beralih ke kategori yang selanjutnya. Bersama-sama kita akan melihat tayangan berikut.
Menjadi mahasiswa UNESA memberikan peluang besar bagi kita mahasiswa untuk bisa mengekspresikan apa yang ada di dalam kepala kita untuk menjadi sebuah karya. Apresiasi yang diberikan dari UNESA besar banget ya, karena dosen-dosen yang ada di Prodi S1 Pendidikan Tata Busana ini mensupport banget mahasiswanya, mulai dari misalnya saya secara personal waktu ikut lomba, terus kita, alhamdulillah masuk finalis, prodi itu selalu welcome banget. Kamu mau dibantu apanya, apa yang menjadi kesulitan yang kamu hadapi. Jadi prodi akan siap untuk membantu, untuk membackup seperti itu. Selain itu, secara general kami sebagai mahasiswa tata busana, dosen itu selalu memberikan kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk bisa untuk bisa terjun langsung di masyarakat, untuk bisa dikenal di masyarakat. Misalnya saja, kita ada proyek sebuah busana. Dosen itu selalu akan mengkoneksikan kita dengan dunia industri. Salah satunya diikut sertakan di event-event fashion yang ada di Surabaya. Jadi di situ kami mahasiswa bisa lebih dikenal di masyarakat seperti itu. Untuk awalnya sendiri sebenarnya dari bakat yang ada dalam diri saya sejak lama. Jadi basicnya dulu adalah menyukai menggambar. Jadi suka menggambar saja. Tapi di tengah perjalanannya baca-baca, kemudian juga lihat YouTube, sepertinya membuat desain busana adalah sesuatu yang menarik. Jadi di situ saya mulai mencoba hal baru dan menekuninya sampai sekarang.
Biasanya kalau kuliah identik dengan materi-materi akademis. Nah, di Unesa ini di Fakultas Ilmu Olahraga, di sini juga saya mendapatkan prakteknya dan juga materi akademis. Awalnya masuk Unesa sih juga lihat, oh di sini futsalnya bagus. Nah ternyata saya masuk sampai sekarang, ternyata pemain Unesa itu nggak habis-habis. Jadi alhamdulillahnya teman-teman saya support dan bisa selalu menjadi juara di sini. Pertama masuk kuliah sih ikut turnamen antar jurusan. Alhamdulillahnya saya di Surabaya ini tiap ikut turnamen antar jurusan dapat juara 1. Alhamdulillah yang baru kemarin ini saya ikut turnamen antar fakultas nasional se-Indonesia ya. Alhamdulillahnya dapat juara 1. Dan untuk saya pribadi alhamdulillah dapat top score. Nah, kalau dari Unesanya sih dari segi sarana prasarana sih ya. Mulai dari lapangan, bola, dan pelatih yang mumpuni.
Buat teman-teman mahasiswa yang bingung banget karena kuliahnya terasa monoton, cuman kuliah pulang atau kuliah rapat, cobain kalian aktualisasi diri dengan ikutin lomba-lomba, dengan kembangin minat dan bakat kalian, tapi jangan sampai lupa kewajiban kalian sebagai mahasiswa. Fasilitas yang aku rasakan dari Unesa yang menunjang banget di prestasiku adalah kemana-mana selalu diakomodasi oleh universitas. Sebagai contoh, kemarin waktu ke Padang, aku lomba fotografi tingkat nasional, semua pengeluaran, semua biaya di sana direimburse oleh fakultas, terutamanya di FIP, dan juga untuk beberapa registrasi dari lomba, uang-uang untuk ikut masuk ke perlombaan diganti, direimburse total oleh universitas. Jadi benar-benar didukung, dan kalau menang dapat reward. Yang 2021 kemarin 47 juta. Nah, untuk yang 2022 ini belum keluar nih. Jadi belum tahu. Tips and trik supaya kuliah dan juga hobi tetap jalan seimbang, supaya prestasi juga bisa kekejar. Yang pertama adalah pastiin diri kita bisa tanggung jawab, mampu untuk membagi waktu, karena time management itu paling penting. Yang kedua,
jangan sampai kehilangan fokus dalam kuliah karena itu yang paling utama. Nah, lalu ketika ada waktu luang, gunakan untuk hal-hal bermanfaat, jangan hanya selancar di sosmed aja, tapi juga gunakan untuk mengembangkan diri, ikut-ikut forum-forum yang sesuai dengan minat bakat. Nah, nanti di situ ketemu passionnya teman-teman, ketemu juga orang-orang yang sealiran, yang akhirnya nanti membawa teman-teman untuk fokus dan bisa mengembangkan prestasi.
Baik, selanjutnya kategori yang kedua adalah sarjana muda. Baiklah, peserta pertama adalah Alivia Agi Darmarianti dari S1 Sastra Inggris, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni. Silakan. Silahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, the honorable judges and all of the audiences. Before we get into the presentations, I would like to give you a quote from an American environmental activist, Annie Leonard. There is no thing such as away. When you throw something away, this must go somewhere. So this somewhere is something that we have to concern. This is something that we have to think against. Where does our waste lead to? Therefore, I would like to start my presentation. So for the committee, could you please share the poster I've made before? Alright, so let's start about the environment, the surrounding where this program will take place. So I choose a landfill, or as we all know as TPS, tempat pengelolaan sampah terpusat di daerah Gubeng, Surabaya. So this landfill is located in district Gubeng, Surabaya. The reason why I chose this place is because of the problem and the potential it has, and also it is near my house, which make me easier to analyze the sources, to analyze all the problems and the situations happens in this place. So let's get into the problem first. The problem of this place is all the waste that hasn't been managed effectively. There hasn't been any programs to manage this effectively. Therefore, I would like to give 3 programs that I arrange all in one title, WRAP, Waste, Recycling, and Reducing Programs. But this landfill has a potential also. The width of the region is 7.93 kilometers squared, and the population is 123,961 people. This can be told as a potential and as a problem as well, but I see this as a potential since this can be used to succeed our programs. So now let's get into the first program, which is FOMOS. FOMOS, I get this word from Portuguese language, which means we have. As we all know, so FOMOS is also an acronym of food waste compost. So I am in here, I try to turn the food waste into a useful compost using EM4 or effective microorganism 4, which will turn this food waste into a new compost they use to fertilize more plants to help it grow better. And then, the reason why I choose the word FOMOS, which also comes in Portuguese, it's also the meaning we have. As we all know that we have seen so many programs, so many community-based service programs that has implemented these programs. So what makes my program unique is that I try to use safer choices of packaging. I will use bioplastic, which will be made from the microorganism or a cassava. So then the target of this FOMOS is to the local citizens, it is to reduce mainly food waste and also increasing economic stage of the local citizen itself. And also it is to create the main product, which is the compost, to help fertilize the plants. And then these programs, it will take quite long, about 3 to 6 months in total, to finally create a product. But this can be guaranteed about 90 to 98% of success, since there is a lot of community-based research, community-based report that has used the same method. And also the use of bioplastic will be a safer choice of packaging, which will then dissolve and decompose in 3 to 6 months only. It is faster than the usual plastic that we use in our daily life. And the second program is plasma. Plasma is an acronym of plastic remover. It is also come from an ancient Greek, which means to mold. Why do I choose these words? It is because I want to make over the plastic. I want to turn our waste into new product. It is a handcraft based product, and also reconstructing the plastic without using any other more petroleum residue. As we all know that plastic beads sometimes made with petroleum residue. So in plasma, I target this for the housewives and the youngsters. And also it is to reduce plastic waste mainly. It is also using the handcrafting method to create some new products such as frame. It could be a mirror frames or a photo frames. It is also to make a lamp cap, and it can also make a keychain. So then it is plasma also create new plastic without adding more petroleum residue. So we're using an old plastic waste and turn it into a new plastic product. The way to create new plastic, it is to collect all the waste together, we sort it and we clean it. After that, we will put it in a shredding machine to resize it, and then we will decompose it again. We will compound the plastic that we have resized before. But this year have an obstacle as well. So the obstacle is that we need a lot of money for this program, since we will definitely need a new machine, a big machine to shred, to resize the plastic, and to remelt the plastic that we have resized before. And then it is not really that time consuming. It will also take for like 3 months or so, and then it will create a new chance of making new tourism center in which they can see the process of turning the plastic into a new product. And then the last program is space. Space is a scented paper recycling center. So we turn our old paper and turn it into new paper. But what makes it different is that we will put some perfume in it. So it will be scented and with also colored with natural coloring agents such as turmeric, roses, and many other natural coloring agents. And space will also take about 2 months long programs, and it's pretty easy and simple to implement in our society. So I target this for the teenagers surrounded, since they have a lot of creativity. And then the relations of these programs to the SDG is that I choose SGD number 8, 12, and 15. Decent work and economic growth, as I told before, that these programs will create a new product which will be sold and to increase the income of the local citizens. And it also will help the responsible consumption of productions in which we use the waste to create the product and minimizing the using of new source of things. And then the last is live online. So this landfill sometimes is overloaded, so that's why I want to create the programs to help this to prevent the overloaded in the future. And so that my own responsibility in this program is that I will be the PIC of resources, in which I will try to get together all the participants together, all people committed to help this program to be realized. And I will also do some cooperations with others, in partnerships with others such as TLH atau Dinas Lingkungan Hidup. And then, so to sum up my presentation is that all these three programs I will use to reduce some kind of waste in this landfill so it won't be overloaded in the future anymore. And also this landfill is located in the middle of Surabaya. It near so many public facilities, and it's also located right behind the Faculty of Vocations, Universitas Airlangga, which is not a good thing, not a good environment to study. And this landfill also near so many food selling stores. It near some restaurants, which is definitely is not an uncomfortable place to fill our stomachs, to eat, to have a dining piece with our family. So that was my presentation. Thank you for all your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya, silakan Olivia langsung memilih di layar nomor berapakah untuk bertanya.
I would like to choose number 3.
Nomor 3. Silahkan Ibu Lina memberikan pertanyaan lagi.
Okay. Yeah. RAP is a complicated program since it involves many parties, as you mentioned earlier. So what are the obstacles that you may face in the program, and then how do you solve them? So what I mean here is the obstacle related to those parties, because you have to connect with all those parties. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Melina, for the questions. So the obstacles, the amount of participants that will be involved in this program is definitely not a little, and this is definitely an obstacle that we have to overcome. So therefore, I would like to start the program by doing socializations to all the citizens so that they can also give their aspirations, to give their opinions about the programs that we are going to make. So those 3 programs will be socialized to them, and they can choose either one or more if they think it is possible for them to build, to continue in the future, which they think has a real big opportunities for them to develop this and increasing their economic growth. And then, as I said before, that I will be the PIC of research, so I will try to get as much partnership as I could, and also the participants. Well, for plasma and space, we would definitely need so many creative people. So that's why I would like to offer to my friends from art department to participate in this program as well, since they have a lot of creativity in their mind as well. So we can combine them. We can create something as well for plasma and space. And for foremost, we will need an expert in biology, chemistry, or even farming. So that's why I would like to have a partnership with DLH, the Dinas Lingkungan Hidup, and also there we will also, so this partnership is not to just gather the participants or the experts, but also to distribute our product, to distribute the main product that we are creating in those 3 programs as well. Thank you.
Bagaimana Ibu Lina? Sudah cukup? Baik, terima kasih Olivia. Silahkan kembali ke tempat. Lanjut, peserta kedua, yaitu Surya Andini dari S1 Pendidikan Tata Niaga, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis. Sudah siap? Sudah. Silahkan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Surya Andini from Faculty Ekonomika and Business. In here,
I would like presentation about my idea is Bintara, Bima Nusantara. And talk the Bima Nusantara is a autodidact archipelago cultural education for application for generation Z to support society 4.0. Like we know, Indonesia is a country cultural, is the very cultural activities and traditional, which became the motto of Indonesia is Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Is the meaning is different but still the same. As the time the progress, cultural in Indonesia as now almost defended the experience that era globalization. Makes we know it's about the preferentiation of region culture lost to a lack interest in knowing the culture. How about this? Cultural Indonesia is the claim by the other country. Reported in detiknews.com, Malaysia is a great claim 14 cultural Indonesia about jaranan, angklung, tari reog, dan lain and others. And cultural hierarchy could be recording by the stem of Malaysia. Impossible. That's their problem is no cultural about validation and the people to understanding about my culture in Indonesia. Therefore, I came up my idea is a Bintara, Bima Nusantara is a application cultural education in Indonesia. Bintara, Bima Nusantara is a application for the introduction and prevalence Indonesia culture with the reference teruskan sejuta budaya Indonesia. The several interesting the future. Bintara contain 5 main menu. This is provincial selection menu, cultural selection menu, learning menu, quiz game, and musical instruments game. Application Bintara can be used all participants from the student, university student, society, and government. In according the goals of Bintara, is an application cultural platform in the effort to educate and public about the importable knowing the variation culture in Indonesia. Apart from that, Bintara is also achievement of Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs and Indonesia Industrial Revolution 5.0. It can be seen Bintara, Bima Nusantara is very, very relevant in 2 goals. This is point 4 is a quality education and point 16 is a peace, justice, and strong institution. That's what as illustration about my idea is a Bintara, Bima Nusantara is a digital platform that functions and medium learning and education about culture. So that people can know the important culture inside in Indonesia. And this platform was created with education the public to understand and the culture in Indonesia. And no more is a misunderstanding that link cultural claim in the in-person partition. This is my presentation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sudah cukup, Andini? Sudah cukup. Silahkan langsung memilih saja nomor yang ada di layar.
Number 1.
Nomor 1. Baik, silahkan Ibu Yati menyampaikan pertanyaannya.
Okay, thank you. Based on your perspective, Andini, why is Bintara application is really significant for Gen Z? Additionally, could you clarify that is it Bintara application do not increase the screen time among Gen Z? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Why is a Generation Z for the participant of use in the application? Because Generation Z is a next generation in Indonesia, and Generasi Z izin menjawab menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. dan generasi Z sendiri merupakan generasi emas yang bisa mumpuni dalam mengimplementasikan aplikasi ini. Dan di situ juga generasi Z selain sebagai pengguna, juga sebagai agen perubahan untuk merubah pola pikir masyarakat bahwa kebudayaan di Indonesia ini penting. Bahwa kebudayaan Indonesia ini perlu untuk diteruskan karena dari beberapa nenek moyang kita yang ingin meneruskan aplikasi atau meneruskan budaya yang telah diadakan atau yang sudah ada menjadi terus berjuang, terus ada dari masa ke masa. Seperti itu, Ibu.
Ada tambahan lagi?
Of course. Could you please explain about the relationship this Bintara in terms of to escalate the number of screen time among Gen Z?
Oke, circle of agency. Jadi aplikasi Bintara ini, My Idea ini merupakan aplikasi untuk selain sebagai pengenal budaya dan juga di sini harapannya pengguna atau generasi muda mulai dari anak-anak maupun orang dewasa ini bisa menggunakan. Selain itu juga Bintara ini sebagai media untuk belajar mengenai kebudayaan di Indonesia, serta diharapkannya juga dari adanya fitur quiz ini bisa menjadi evaluasi pembelajaran dari kebudayaan melalui aplikasi Bintara. Itu, Bu.
I just need your confirmation. Is it Bintara will increase the number of screen time among Gen Z or not?
Mohon bisa diulang, Bu.
Okay. I just need to clarify. In your perspective, is it Bintara will increase the number of screen time among Gen Z?
Untuk realisasinya waktunya kurang lebih 5 tahun, Ibu, untuk melakukan implementasi dari aplikasi Bintara.
Okay, thank you.
Oke, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Andini. Bisa kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya, peserta ketiga adalah Kristina Septia Dewi dari S1 Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan. Sudah siap?
Cek, yes, I'm ready.
Silakan.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would First, let me introduce myself. My name is Kristina Septia Dewi, as known by Ina. I'm from Sports Science major and now first semester. Okay, based on the result of third discussion of relational sport activity carried out on weekends in the Bojonegoro City Square area in 2017, include in the high category, and from the result of filling out the questionnaire, it can be concluded the average influencing factor for the sport activity is 19.4. Okay, I would like to present about SDGs number 9. This is about infrastructure, innovation, and industry. The first, let me tell you the problems that occur, namely the condition of people of Bojonegoro, which I will divide for 4 parts. Namely the large amount of infrastructure, the first. And the second, in the inadequate condition of infrastructure facilities on Bojonegoro. The attractiveness of the people to exercise and natural resource, namely petroleum. Human resource and human beings, where there are 6 layers. Namely people who like to exercise, quantity of athlete, quality of coach or trainer, presence of physiotherapists, sport nutrition, and public health. Okay, so of course this situation handling right. Regarding the condition of sport facilities, information about existing facilities, equitable distribution of development, facility management, information on handling injuries, and government action. So, ladies and gentlemen, so the solution I provide is through the sport log application, whereby this application is designed make it easier for the public to get information about facilities, get information about handling injuries, and get sport guidance and exercise guidance services. Ladies and gentlemen, in this application, there are 3 features that will be given. The first, a sport facilities services feature that provides information about sport facilities in Bojonegoro, both government and private, such as information about price, about location, about operating hours, and etc. With the output, there is a more information menu to connect directly with the manager and fill out the questionnaire to provide rating for the place, which will later be submit the manager. I will to can be example. When user choose the badminton court, so will all badminton court in Bojonegoro will appear along this peak. There will be several choice of fields that close to far from user location. Write the output. There is a more information menu connect directly the manager. And second features, there are injury handling service feature where is the menu. This public can later enjoy the service if an injury occurs after carrying out sport activity. When the user select this menu, sport therapist in Bojonegoro will immediately appear. User only need to choose which therapist to go to, and as is the case with sport services feature. After selecting the therapist, each user will be immediately displayed with a brief description of the intent therapist. There is information about namely of therapist, about full address, experience, therapist certification, therapist photo of service location or practice place, and practice hours. In addition, user can communicate through the more information menu with related therapists who can later communicate with for a conclusion first. So, which the determines an appointment schedule. These therapy services can be done at home services and at a price location that has been provided by therapists. And the last feature. And this menu provide information regarding correct exercise guidance, starting from implementing the correct warm out and cooling down, and more information on exercise intensity, diet, balanced nutrition, and training recommendation. Example, strength, agility, speed, endurance, and others. Later use can choose a menu according to information need according to condition and situation. In this menu, there is implement to sport nutrition, public health, and also physical trainers who understand and proper and correct application of exercise and the application of healthy lifestyle for the community. Okay, I will talk about this anticipate possible obstacles. I will to example 1 or 2 obstacles can anticipate possible. This first requires habit at the beginning of implementation. It is because of society still choose at the same place to do activities that even we can anticipate by providing directly introduction to the community. For example, can throw car-free day on Sunday. And example number 2, second example, this maybe the manager must try his best to be safer and provide information about existing facilities. Possible response which is low when communicating become a barrier due to activity another. This we can overcome by back up with another admin, so don't rely on just one person. Okay, for this reason, it is my hope that by providing a solution with the Sportlog application, it makes easier for the people of Bojonegoro to obtain accurate information in the form of sport facilities, handling injuries, and information regarding good training, guidance, and of course management action from both the government and the private sector of managing sports venues, and assessment from
the community. And the last, I hope is also to have positive impact to sport industry by optimizing all parts, include the sport itself. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tepuk tangan untuk Christina. Baik, Christina langsung saja memilih nomor yang ada di layar.
I choose number 1.
Nomor 1. Silahkan, Bapak Arju.
Okay. Question to Christina. Your paper suggests optimizing infrastructure to develop the sport industry. Could you clarify why this is believed to be an effective solution in resolving society's lack of interest in sports?
Okay, thank you. Based on the research and discussion of relation sport activities carried out on weekends in Bojonegoro Regency Square in area 2017 include the high category. And from the result of filling out the questionnaire, it can be called the average influencing factor of sport activity 19%. And even though as February on 4th February, yesterday in Sunday morning, even was entitled the car-free day on every Sunday, which was originally held in the alun-alun, has now moved to the area stadium. Does don't make originally and does not make the spirit of the community is like. This was proven on the 19th February, car-free day, which was moved to the stadium. It's still full of people society, even though it received vociferous criticism as well. And I take to observation right and in the stadium.
Okay, I think it is enough. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih Christina atas pemaparan dan jawabannya. Bisa kembali ke tempat. Langsung saja peserta keempat, Roid Al-Mahdi, S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa dari Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Sudah siap? Baik, silahkan.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear all honorable judges, and as well as my beloved audiences and my friends on the competition of the most achieving student of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself before I deliver my speech. So first of all, my name is Roid Al-Mahdi. I am from the Special Education Department of Universitas Negeri Surabaya on the Faculty of Education. Dear all honorable judges and ladies and gentlemen. So in this occasion, I would like to present my scientific idea. The scientific idea is about an inclusive education. So ladies and gentlemen, under the topic of inclusive education, I would like to present about the fourth SDGs, or we should call it the Sustainable Development Goal. The fourth SDGs, or we can call it the quality of education. In this occasion, I would like to implement the fourth of the SDGs, or the implementation of the quality of education. Especially in this occasion, it is for the students with special needs. Obviously, I picked this SDG, or the fourth, the quality of education, because I come from the education faculty. So obviously, I need to choose something that is linear to me and something that I really interested about. And in this occasion, I would like to present my paper, scientific idea, about the plan to implement the inclusive education based on the design of universal design for learning and differentiated instruction, or I would like to call it UDL and DI on inclusive education. Ladies and gentlemen, before I went into the main idea of my speech, based on the current development on the knowledge about student with special needs or individual with special needs, as well as the current development and increasing number of inclusive schools, obviously in Indonesia in this case, there has been a lot of inclusive schools or schools that are becoming inclusive, but in that case, we can all assume that the quality of education for the student with special need has been increasing for each year, and that is correct. But in my opinion, but in this case, I found that on my observation on a lot of inclusive school, whether it is on Madiun, on my place, not my birthplace, but where I live, and as well in Surabaya, I've observed a lot of school or inclusive schools that has not been implementing or fully implementing the education service or the basis of the inclusive education. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the main idea of my passage, and it is about how can we increase the quality of education for students with disability. In this case, it is on inclusive schools, because sooner or later, all of the schools in Indonesia will become the school that are inclusive school. They need to accept students with disability. And in that case, the quality of education on the inclusive schools that are in Indonesia needs to be able to provide students with special needs so that they are able to interact, so that they are able to participate, and they are able to increase the academical engagement on their school, and in hope that the output, the student with disability, can actually become more and more, they can be able to blend in with the society, and they can work. They are not jobless or unemployed. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this presentation, I would like to point out the most important thing that are on my passage or on my scientific idea paper. The first thing is the introduction and why the implementation of program is very important. Second, the definition of UDL and DI, or Universal Design for Learning, and differentiated instruction. Third, how do we implement the UDL and DI at the same time on inclusive school? And last but not least, it is the conclusions. Okay, so first of all, ladies and gentlemen, based on the research that I've done on paper or on the observation that I've done on a lot of inclusive schools, as well as the data that I gained from a lot of paper, I found out that on Sakernas, on the data at 2019, there are over 9.8 millions of persons with disability, and amongst that, there are over 5% of people that with disability that are currently unemployed. Ladies and gentlemen, 5% might not be a significant number for us, but let's just take this for example. 5% of 9.18 million, that is a lot. That is more than probably 10,000 or something. That is a lot of number. 5% is still a big number on the number of unemployed individual on Indonesia. Second of all, I've gained data from BPS, Badan Pusat Statistik, and the data from Kemdikbudristek. The data of those combined, and I found out that there are over 2.19 millions of people with disability on school age, while only 12% of them gain the education or are currently attending education on schools or higher education. So how do we correlate this data with my presentation today? I mean, obviously, let us highlight this sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Student with disability is limited. They have a limited socialization and limited academic participation on the schools, and that is why the output, we cannot hope that they can gain jobs just like us. When we go out from school, when we graduate from school, we can easily get jobs, but not for people with disability, because they are not getting used on the society. They are not used on socialization with people that are like us, typical people. So, ladies and gentlemen, why did I use UDL and DI? So first of all, I would like to deliver what is UDL and what is DI. So UDL, or Universal Design for Learning, is an approach that are based on the information processing system on brain. Hence, the goal of UDL is to create learning environment that are suitable for all students despite the difference of their needs. And second, DI, or differentiated instruction. Differentiated instruction is an approach on curriculum, whereas the goal of learning are set on the school, but the instruction for each students are based on each student's individual need. So what is the difference between UTL and DI? So UTL is an approach that are making the lesson to be more user-friendly for the student with disability or student with not disability. It is an approach that focused on making the study program become friendly and are able to be attained by most of the students at the class. And second, the DI. DI is an approach that differ the needs of each student on the classroom. So when there is a deaf student or blind student in the classroom of typical student or inclusive classroom, they have a different instruction. Their task or assignment that are being assigned to them is different. So what is the difference? So UTL is made on before, while DI is made on after the learning process. While UTL, as I mentioned before, it is made before the lesson are conducted. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how can we implement these two approaches that has slight different on goal to be a one-time thing that is happening on the school or inclusive school? So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know by the definition earlier, UTL is something that approaches the lesson itself and making learning and teaching process user-friendly, while DI is an approach that centers around the needs of students. That is why to implement these two approaches that has slightly different goal, we need to implement something that are intersect between these two approaches. We need something that are intertwined between two of them. We need to take something that are positive in both of these approaches, and that is by the mixing the both of these approaches, creating a learning environment where the lesson meets individual needs. That's the first thing. Second thing, providing student with special needs or student with disability the same access to the high quality material, as well as providing multiple ways to develop and express knowledge that they gain. How do we implement this on the schools or on target school? In this case, the target school of my program is SD Lab School UNESA. First, we're going to do the socialization. We need to do that in order to implement this program to give proper socialization for the teacher and special education teacher on the school about this idea. Second, we create a workshop. Once this program is accepted by the school, we are going to create a workshop that makes the curriculum, model, and method of the learning and teaching process at the class. And third, it is creating media. And lastly, it is implementing. Creating media, what I mean here is obviously after we can implement the model and teaching learning process. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, you come to the conclusion that is, I really want.
Habis.
Okay, yeah.
Terima
Sorry.
kasih.
So my time is up, and I think that's it. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, langsung saja Roid memilih nomor yang ada di layar.
Okay, so my favorite number is 3, so it only makes sense if I choose number 1.
Nomor 1. Silakan Ibu Lina mengajukan pertanyaan.
I think this question, I made this question before I listened to your explanation just now. So I think it has been answered by your explanation. So maybe you can choose another number, whether from Bu Yati or Pak Warju, because it's clear. Yeah, but actually I haven't got this answer in your article so that is why I gave you this kind of question, but it's all clear to me now. Yes, thank you. So you need to choose another one.
Okay, silahkan memilih.
Yes, as I've stated before, my favorite number is 3, so I choose number 2.
Nomor 2. Ibu.
Number 2.
Nomor 2.
Yes, please.
Sambil menunggu, mungkin gimana perasaannya tadi? Sudah menjelaskan kepada Dewan Juri, tadi gimana?
Alhamdulillah kurang puas karena belum sampai conclusions.
Gak apa-apa, dicoba lagi mungkin. Nah, sudah masuk ke pertanyaan. Silahkan Bapak Warju memberikan pertanyaan.
Okay, me again. Question to Roit. Please clarify what change you expect will occur in the implementation of your educational concept in inclusive school, based on your perspective.
Silahkan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question that are given to me, dear honorable judges. So I would like to answer the question that are being presented by the judge here. So what kind of change that I expect to the inclusive education based on my perception using my program? And the change that I expect is that when I implement this program, I really hope that in the future there are a lot of school this is the long-term goal, right? This is the long-term goal, that is to create lots of inclusive schools in Indonesia, that as I've stated before in my presentation, and that is when I implement this program, I would like to make a school that became the role model of all inclusive school in Indonesia, and that is the long-term program, right? The long-term expectation for this program, while the short-term or the close expectation of this program that are being implemented to the inclusive schools. By implementing the UDL, Universal Design for Learning, and DI, Differentiated Instruction, I sincerely hope that it can increase academical engagement, it can increase students with disability participation, as well as increasing the socialization that is being happen on the inclusive school. Why do I expect that I can grow the academic engagement and socialization on the inclusive school? It is because I see or I've observed on the inclusive school currently that student with disability there has very tiny amount of participation on the classroom. They are mostly passive on the classroom, and I really think that it was not what inclusive education was intended to, because inclusive education in the first place, it is intended so that the student with disability can actively participate in socialization and academical engagement on the classroom settings. And by implementing this program as well, I really hope that the output of this program, the output for the student that are being implemented this program on the classroom or in the inclusive school, they will be ready, they will be prepared for society in the future. Because as we all know, when student with disability participates in classroom passively, they mostly do not participate in the classroom, they will be not prepared for the future, because they are not being used they are not used to on the socialization with people with no disability or typical people just like us. And that is because the interaction that are being on the student with disability or individual with disability, usually they only interact with the same kind of disability. Let's take for example the disability of blindness or visual impairment disability. I've seen that most of my friends that are on my classroom or on my organization, people with disability or visual impairment tend to only interact with the same kind of disability. They tend to interact with the same person because they think that they can understand each other better than they can understand people with no disability like us. And the most concerning thing is about student with autism. Student with autism has already been reduced their ability. Their ability is already decreased on the term of socialization and communication. And that is why I need to make them to be able to socialize with their friend on the classroom, so that in the future they can at least interact with each other, and they can at least get a job for themselves. And when the time are given to them, or when the time has come when they need to be financially independent, they can have a job that are providing money so that they can live a better life in the future. That's all I can give for the answer. Thank you very much for the time given.
Cukup, Roid? Masih ada 30 detik?
I think that's enough. That's more than enough. Thank you very much.
Oke, terima kasih banyak Roid atas penjelasan dan jawabannya yang sudah diberikan kepada juri. Terima kasih, bisa kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya, peserta kelima adalah Beladina Putri Aryani Kusnandar, R1 Ilmu Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum. Sudah siap, Bella? Silahkan.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Dewan Juri yang adil, agung, dan bijaksana, perkenalkan saya Beladina Putri Aryani Kusnandar. Nanti akan dilihat terkait poster saya. Kali ini saya membuat poster yang sangat simpel sekali. Mengapa demikian? Jika Dewan Juri nanti melihat terkait poster saya membuat hal ini karena apa? Pertama, saya ini ingin mengajak para umat manusia untuk menjaga bumi. Dengan apa caranya? Salah satu caranya adalah penerapan green economy yang saya usung pula di naskah saya pula. Maka dari itu, Dewan Juri yang terhormat, di sini saya tidak terfokus pada yang namanya edukasi seperti teman-teman sekalian, tapi di sini saya fokus dengan yang ada namanya itu ajakan atau persuasif. Karena apa? Untuk apa kita edukasi tanpa ada ajakan? Untuk apa kita memberitahu semua orang tanpa ada ajakan atau persuasif? Maka hal itu sia-sia, bukan? Maka dari itu, lanjut ke dalam sesi argumentasi saya terkait apa itu sih green economy, kenapa kita harus melakukan itu sebagai salah satu cara kita untuk menjaga bumi. Dewan Juri yang terhormat, perlu kita ketahui jika green economy atau ekonomi hijau merupakan konsep pembangunan guna meminimalisir kerusakan lingkungan dan pengiklisan aset ekologi yang diharapkan itu mampu mengkolaborasikan antara aspek ekonomi dan juga aspek lingkungan secara berkelanjutan. Demikian, ini merupakan pengkolaborasian yang sangat epic, bukan? Karena apa? Hal ini dapat menjadi salah satu perencanaan preventif guna mewujudkan pembangunan ekonomi berkelanjutan. Dewan Juri yang terhormat, di sini di Indonesia sendiri pada dasarnya sudah sangat mendukung ada gerakan green economy ini. Saya beri suatu bukti, Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Ini dibuktikan dalam Undang-Undang Nomor 25 Tahun 2004 tentang Rencana Pembangunan Nasional. Hal ini mengatur terkait rencana pembangunan jangka panjang dan dilaksanakan dari pemerintah pusat sampai ke daerah. Dewan Juri yang terhormat, di sini pengaturan mengenai pembangunan yang mengharmonisasikan antara aspek lingkungan dengan aspek ekonomi itu masih terus diupayakan. Pun juga dalam Undang-Undang Nomor 32 Tahun 2009 tentang perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup itu juga menjelaskan berkenaan syarat, tujuan, dan fungsi lingkungan hidup demi tercegahnya kerusakan lingkungan. Dan juga di sini juga diatur pula terkait syarat dan aturan pelaksanaan program yang akan bersinggungan dengan aspek lingkungan dan aspek ekonomi tentunya. Dengan pertimbangan apa? Tentu saja dengan pertimbangan dampak sosial begitu. Jadi begini, salah satu alasan diadakannya pembangunan ekonomi berkelanjutan dan juga menyinggung green economy dari pemerintah pusat sampai ke pemerintah daerah, tentu saja sekali lagi alasan ekologi. Saya beri contoh, Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Contohnya mengenai keanekaragaman hayati yang memiliki nilai ekologi yang sangat tinggi. Oleh karena itulah, aktivitas ekonomi semestinya tidak diarahkan pada kegiatan pemanfaatan sumber daya alam dan lingkungan semata, yang pada akhirnya dapat mengancam fungsi ekologi. Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Pun jika kita lihat pula 3 pilar dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan, itu ada yang namanya pembangunan sosial dan ekonomi, pembangunan lingkungan, serta ada yang namanya pilar hukum dan tata kelola. Tentu saja dalam ketiga aspek pilar ini kita harus memperhatikan yang namanya aspek lingkungan. Kalau bukan kita yang menjaga, siapa lagi lantas kan? Kemudian Dewan Juri yang terhormat, jika kita mengerucut pada yang namanya pembangunan ekonomi berkelanjutan, Dewan Juri yang terhormat, di sini perlu kita ketahui pula, secara definitif ini merupakan model pertumbuhan yang mengintegrasikan pertumbuhan ekonomi dan kelestarian lingkungan hidup dan keadilan sosial. Demikian, kita tidak hanya melihat pada aspek masyarakat saja, tapi kita juga melihat yang namanya aspek lingkungan hidup. Pun ketika ekologi ini dimusnahkan atau degradasi lingkungan itu dilakukan, itu tandanya kita telah mengalami yang namanya itu pelanggaran hak asasi manusia. HAM itu tidak hanya berlaku pada manusia, tapi ketika kita melaksanakan yang namanya itu pemberantasan lingkungan secara berkelanjutan, kita melakukan degradasi lingkungan, itu juga akan berdampak pada pelanggaran HAM, bukan? Karena apa? Ketika lingkungan ini dirusak, lantas manusia yang hidup di bumi akan hidup di mana lagi gitu loh. Karena apa? Lingkungan sudah rusak. Pun kalau begitu, angka harapan hidup di Indonesia pun juga di dunia itu juga akan rendah, bukan? Kemudian lanjut lagi Dewan Juri yang terhormat, jika kita melihat pada aspek di Surabaya, Dewan Juri yang terhormat, kita pengurucutan di Surabaya, di kota ini, itu juga telah yang namanya mendukung green economy. Saya beri contoh, di green economy di Surabaya ini telah diterbitkan dalam Peraturan Daerah Kota Surabaya nomor 3 tahun 2007 tentang rencana tata ruang wilayah Kota Surabaya yang menjelaskan jika rencana strategi pelaksanaan dan pemanfaatan ruang wilayah kota dengan arahan struktur dan pola pemanfaatan ruang itu merupakan penjabaran rencana tata ruang wilayah Provinsi Jawa Timur yang meliputi pengembangan wilayah, struktur, pola pemanfaatan ruang, rencana unit pengembangan kegiatan beserta pusat-pusatnya, rencana unit pengembangan wilayah darat, laut, dan lain sebagainya. Hal ini untuk apa? Tentu saja sekali lagi ini merupakan suatu upaya untuk mereduksi karbon dan pengefisienan penggunaan energi. Sehingga ini tentu saja aspek ekonomi dilihat, pun juga aspek lingkungan itu dilihat, ekonomi dan juga lingkungan itu dilihat gitu. Sehingga seimbang begitu Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Toh kita perlu ketahui, kita semua mengetahui jika Surabaya merupakan kota metropolitan kedua setelah Jakarta, maka dari itu adanya kepadatan penduduk tersebut menyebabkan terjadinya masalah baru, bukan bagi kita. Nah, kita beri contoh, saya beri contoh ya, ini merebaknya polusi sebagai imbas dari banyaknya pengeluaran emisi karbon kendaraan. Kemudian juga banyaknya gedung-gedung yang berimbas pada redistribusi penduduk dan berkurangnya keanekaragaman hayati. Kurangnya drainase dan pohon yang menyebabkan beberapa titik di area tertentu banjir, atau bahkan juga pembuangan limbah industri yang menyebabkan tercemarnya air Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Maka dari itu perlu kita perhatikan yang namanya aspek lingkungan dan ekonomi demi pembangunan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan itu dapat diterapkan. Saya beri contoh, ketika Unesa itu banjir, daerah Ketintang itu banjir. Nah, kemudian di area depan Telkom dan depan Unesa itu dibangun yang namanya drainase baru begitu. Nah, itu kan salah satu contoh pembuktian ini loh, bukan hanya yang namanya aspek-aspek manusia saja kita perhatikan, tapi lingkungannya juga. Dengan apa? Ketika kita membuat drainase, itu tandanya air-air akan masuk ke dalam drainase tersebut dan juga banjir akan hilang begitu Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Pun juga di daerah Ketintang juga telah dilaksanakan beberapa yang namanya oleh beberapa teman-teman saya itu dilaksanakan yang namanya itu penanaman tanaman sebagai bentuk kami itu sebenarnya iseng, tapi lama-kelamaan kami membuat hal tersebut sebagai implementasi kami agar bumi itu tetap terjaga dan polisi-polisi di area Ketintang itu berkurang begitu Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Maka dari itu Dewan Juri yang terhormat, di sini kita bukan hanya memberikan solusi terkait edukasi, bukan hanya itu, tapi kita juga harus mengajak teman-teman semua, para umat-umat manusia di semua ini, untuk apa? Untuk menjaga bumi. Dan kita sebagai masyarakat sipil dapat mengaspirasikan hak-hak kita, suara-suara kita kepada pihak berwenang. Dengan cara apa? Kita bisa mengaspirasikan terkait green economy kepada pemerintah agar kebijakan-kebijakannya lebih memperarat lagi dan juga mengerucut lagi terkait yang namanya green economy Dewan Juri yang terhormat. Begitulah. Demikian, prinsip green economy itu dapat selalu digunakan dan menjadi pertimbangan untuk konservasi dan hal-hal tertentu yang dapat berdampak pula pada pembangunan di jangka panjang di kemudian hari demi menciptakan sebuah negara, sebuah kota, sebuah tempat dengan lingkungan yang nyaman, yang asri dan juga yang sehat. Demikian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tepuk tangan yang meriah bagi Bella. Luar biasa sekali pemaparannya tadi. Langsung saja Bella, silahkan memilih nomor yang ada di layar. Silahkan.
Nomor 3.
Nomor 3. Silahkan. Pertanyaan dari Ibu Yeti. Silahkan.
Okay, hello Beladina. Okay. In your paper, you mention government efforts to support green economy concept. However, is there any new innovation from your perspective for green economy concept?
Oke, baik, terima kasih Bu. Sebenarnya untuk hal tersebut sudah saya singgung tadi. Untuk terkait hal tersebut, saya beri contoh tadi yang terkait saya dan teman-teman saya itu menanam tanaman di daerah Ketintang. Itu bukan hanya bertujuan untuk lingkungan semata, tapi di situ kami juga telah merencanakan sebuah bisnis-bisnis yang mana ini nantinya bisnis ini dapat bersinggungan dengan aspek ekonomi.
Jadi nantinya untuk tanaman-tanaman yang kita sudah tanamkan itu, rencananya itu akan kami bisniskan. Jadi itu tidak hanya dalam hal ini loh, kami memiliki tanaman ini dan ini bisa untuk menjaga lingkungan dan juga bisa menyerap yang namanya polusi-polusi. Tapi saya dan teman-teman saya juga memikirkan ini gimana ya caranya agar dapat namanya memutar uang gitu, dengan cara apa? Sudah kami jualkan juga. Bukan hanya sehingga dalam hal ini bukan hanya tingkatan ekonomi dan juga lingkungan saja, tapi pengkolaborasian itu salah satu contohnya begitu, Bu.
I believe planting tree is not a new innovation. All of people already knew planting tree is one of green economy concept. But I didn't get any new innovation or novelty from your explanation about green economy concept. That's a commonly things that already all of people conducted for planting trees. And after they sold it, and after they got some money or some fund, and after they doing cooperation. So would you mind to give me a new perspective or a novelty program from your perspective about green economy concept?
I'm sorry, Ma'am. Untuk pertanyaan terakhir, pernyataan terakhir mohon diulang boleh?
Okay. So would you mind to give me a novelty program, not planting tree again? Novelty program. I mean your new innovation about green economy concept.
Terkait program kami begitu ya Bu ya berarti
ya? Yes.
Oke, baik. Terkait program-program kami, saya kira itu sudah bisa dimasukkan ke dalam program, Bu. Kemudian yang kedua, program-program tadi saya sudah singgung terkait edukasi. Tapi saya kira edukasi itu akan sangat percuma jika kita tidak mengajak gitu, adanya ajakan. Sosialisasi akan percuma jika kita tidak ada ajakan begitu, Bu. Maka dari itu, kita di sini bukan hanya memberikan edukasi, tapi memberikan yang namanya kampanye dan juga ajakan begitu, Bu. Dan juga untuk yang kedua, program-program apa sih begitu kan? Nah, di sini kita bisa melaksanakan itu yang namanya program kerjasama dengan pemerintah begitu. Jadi saya pernah mengikuti sebuah organisasi kepanitiaan. Jadi begini, untuk kegiatannya itu adalah yang namanya gini, kita itu bersih-bersih sampah, Bu. Kita bersih-bersih sampah, kemudian sampah ini kami salurkan ke Bank Induk Sampah Surabaya dan kita bekerjasama dengan hal tersebut. Nah, program-program seperti hal tersebut saya yakini itu dapat mengurangi yang namanya itu perubahan iklim. Karena apa? Karena sampah ini kan berakibat yang namanya perubahan iklim, Bu. Maka dari itu sebagai salah satu program saya dan teman-teman dan juga kami semua kita dapat implementasikan itu untuk apa? Untuk menekan yang namanya konsep green economy begitu, Bu.
Okay, thank you for explanation.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Yati atas pertanyaannya dan terima kasih juga Bella atas jawaban yang luar biasa. Silahkan kembali ke tempat. Selanjutnya peserta ke-6 yaitu Azhar Zakaria dari S1 Pendidikan Fisika Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Sudahkah siap Azhar? Baik, menunggu persiapan. Sudah Azhar? Silahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everybody. I am standing here not because there is no chair, but I will do a presentation. How's life today? Allow me introduce myself. My name is Azhar Zakaria. I'm from Physics Education. That's poster about FishHim, IoT-based fishing farming technology using the renewable energy concept to optimize the potential of the fisheries sector in an effort to realize Sustainable Development Goals 14.0 2030 in Indonesia. Okay. In 2022, the United Nations approved the 2030 SDGs, which contains 7 key points for leaders to embody the world including Indonesian, which participates in reacts the 14 SDGs point related to the life underwater. Indonesia has natural potential abundant, including fishery resorts, but the fishery sector is still low contribution and several fishery commodities have been exploited. Sustainable solutions are needed, including the use of point in aquaculture. Respond to the problem of SDGs point 14, I gave an idea in the form of FISIM. That is FISIM. FISIM is a cultivation technology IoT-based fishing bonds with the concept of renewable bioenergy is an aquaculture system based on technology that supplies oxygen and electricity in optimizing and increasing fisheries in Indonesia, so as the facilitate more farmers and fishermen in carrying out sustainable aquaculture in appropriate with one of the goals of SDGs 2030. Owners of fishery ponds generally use a water well for the oxygen diffusion process in their ponds. The oxygen supply is generated by bubbles which are continuously supplied to the pond by means of a water well powered by a diesel engine. However, the use of BBM as diesel engine fuel has several problems such as difficulty of access, high price, and environmental pollution. Therefore, it is necessary to innovate renewable and environmentally friendly energy technologies as a substitute for fuel, such as utilizing solar and wind energy in aquaculture ponds. In this case, FISIM's design that combines the two energy sources to be used as a motor engine and ponds lighting sunlight heating the solar cell will produce pairs of electrons and holes, which flow into the accumulator to be stored before use. The NOTES MCU microcontroller-based solar panel tracking system will move the solar panels to following the sun's movement based on time. The RTC provides time input to the tracking system, while vertical and horizontal servo motors drive the solar panels. The voltage supply comes from the battery, so the tracking system is independent and is equipped with a charging system to charge the battery from the solar panel. The Darius squirrel charge type VAWT wind turbine is used at flow wind speeds to produce an electric current that is fed to the accumulator. That's next, smart analyze. FISIM is equipped with instruments that can be adapted to environmental needs and are very effective in retrieving data and information on pond conditions accurately, including renewable source of electrical energy, automatic fish harvesting, vacuum aerators, PLTS, electricity-based oxygen supply, wind turbines, and other instruments. FISIM doesn't violate laws, norms, and morals because it regulates the development of technology that can be accessed by the community of ponds, farmers, and fishermen. The components used have been verified as valid and don't have a negative impact on the environment compared to the use of fuel. FISIM has the potential to be released FISIM has the potential to be released because it follows current technological trend and urgency with a complete design based on literature studies and problems to release SDGs. With him will be released within 5 months, consisting of analyze, design, development, implementation, and evaluate stage. This time can be adjusted according to the situation in the field. And then, based on the table above the amount, that's my poster, amount of funds needs in 1 pound spent around IDR 8.158.000. These funds are not too large when compared to pound funds that use BBM or diesel. This can be seen based on the table list above. In addition, FISHIM will be more effective because it involves several parties who are able to contribute financially, scientifically, and non-financially. That's why the budget that is not too big opens up another opportunity to produce FISHIM on a large scale. Okay, based on the analysis of problems on urgency that has been done, then stakeholders involved in FISHIM implementation will be willing to help with the mutual agreement that have been made. This idea has the potential to be tested for preliminary results to be obtained. That way, it can be reference or indicator of what FISHIM is eligible or not. Besides that, parties involved in the implementation of this idea: number 1, Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs; number 2, Ministry of Research and Technology; number 3, IT and Mechatronic Export; number 4, the private sector and ponds farmers as well as coastal communities. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I can say. More or less, I'm so sorry, Indians. Akhirul kalam huwal muwafiq akhwami tariq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik Azhar, langsung saja menuju layar. Silahkan memilih angka 1, 2, atau 3.
I choice number 1.
Nomor 1. Silahkan Ibu Yeti memberikan pertanyaan.
It is Azhar. Okay.
Yeah.
Azhar, in your paper it is stated the weakness of FISHIM that you have been developed. Then, how could you solve this problem or the barrier that you maybe or you could raise when you develop this application or this system?
Thank you for a question. I try to answer. That's SWOT analyze to information. 1, weakness. Weakness instrument and component are quite expensive. It's realized still an idea that has various possibility or good or bad requires quite a long time for make it happen. No, SWOT analyze information. And then treat not yet able to ensure the safety of the animal around it. There will be similar technological innovation due to the rapid development of technology. There will be injustice if released only in one area based on financial assistance from the government. Okay, thank you.
Adakah lagi yang ingin ditambahkan, Azhar? Silahkan. Sudah cukup, Ibu Yeti. Adakah yang ingin ditanyakan?
May I add or just make a clarification? So it means that you rely on the government
Repeat once.
for the funding? Because one of your weaknesses is the expensive equipment, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's strong visionary of existing problem, especially the 14 points of SDGs using renewable energy sources that are friendly to the environment. It is an IoT-based system, so it is suitable for use in digital technology. And then opportunities are hooked because they are technology-based and in accordance with the urgency of existing problems. The establishment of a new and efficient response system become an alternative solution to the 14-point SDGs problem. The technology used by the system is easy to understand work, and based on the table above, the amount of funds needed in one pond spends around that's sekitar 8.158.000. These funds are not large when compared to pond that use BBM. It's not use BBM. Thank you.
Okay, Azhar. Just to make it clearly, you already mentioned about the funding problems, and also you already mentioned about all of the problems that you will be facing when you develop the vision. But you didn't mention how to solve all of those problems. So would you mind to make it clearly how to solve all those problems that you face to develop the vision?
Okay, thank you for attention. But in my opinion, in analysis of the beneficiary environmental condition, including aquaculture condition, analysis of geographical location, analysis of source of income and expenditure, analysis of suitability of the fishing system, and to designing illustration to with a prototype to be test IT and mechatronic. And number 3, develop fishing development is actually limited in number for small scale trials formerly Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries IT and mechatronic expert. And for implementation, the trial was carried twice, or small scale and large
Baik
scale.
Azhar, mohon maaf waktunya habis.
Thank you.
Terima kasih Azhar atas jawabannya. Silahkan kembali ke tempat. Baik, lanjut ke peserta terakhir di Sarjana Muda. Ada Muhammad Ainur Rafiq Anwar Bunga, S1 Teknik Informatika, Fakultas Teknik. Sudah siap? Silahkan.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri yang terhormat beserta rekan-rekan Pilmapres tingkat Universitas UNESA tahun 2023. Perkenalkan, saya Muhammad Ainur Rafiq Anwar Buang sebagai peserta Pilmapres Muda di tingkat universitas sebagai perwakilan dari Fakultas Teknik. Di sini saya akan menjelaskan mengenai karya tulis dan poster sebagai berikut, yaitu Bapak Ibu sekalian, kontribusi produk domestik sebesar 61,1% yang dilakukan oleh UMKM hingga tahun 2019 dan terus meningkat mencapai 65,64 juta dari jumlah pelaku UMKM di Indonesia menurut data Kementerian Koperasi dan UKM pada tahun 2020. Dan juga UMKM juga berkontribusi terhadap produk ekspor nasional sebesar 14,4%. Namun, di sisi lain banyaknya jumlah UMKM di Indonesia tidak sejalan dengan jumlah UMKM yang sudah go digital. Potensi UMKM sendiri memiliki sangat besar, yaitu jika semua dapat menjadi go digital, tidak menutup kemungkinan pendapatan devisa negara bisa ikut meningkat. Dan Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri sekalian, yang menghambat atau kesulitan yang mereka alami untuk dapat go digital dan mengembangkan usahanya yaitu yang pertama, kurangnya pendidikan, sosialisasi, dan tujuan yang akurat. Lalu yang kedua, tidak hanya platform all-in-one yang bisa mengakomodir semua kebutuhan oleh UMKM menjadi satu. Oleh karena itu, Easy hadir sebagai platform all-in-one sebagai sistem pendukung yang efektif untuk memperkenalkan go digital, sekaligus dapat mengembangkan usaha UMKM bagi para pengusaha UMKM tersebut. Hal itu juga sejalan dengan SDGs nomor 1 tanpa kemiskinan, SDGs nomor 8, pekerjaan yang layak dan pertumbuhan ekonomi, dan juga industri, inovasi, dan infrastruktur pada SDGs nomor 9. Pada kali ini, saya akan mengklasifikasikan substansi saya menjadi 3 bagian, yaitu seperti apa Easy nantinya, ilustrasi pengoperasian Easy, dan juga output yang diharapkan dari Easy. Pertama, Bapak Ibu sekalian, di sini saya akan menjelaskan mengenai 3 fitur utama yang ada pada Easy, yaitu ada mungkin boleh izin. Yaitu fitur utama yang pertama ada e-education, merupakan tempat bagi para pelaku UMKM yang berisikan seminar, kepelatihan untuk dapat mengembangkan keterampilan e-commerce mereka baik secara hard skill maupun soft skill. Lalu fitur yang kedua yaitu ada FGD atau Forum Group Discussion, yaitu memungkinkan interaksi antar kelompok UMKM dengan fasilitator, praktisi, investor, dan juga sesama UMKM, baik melalui chat, voice, ataupun video secara real time. Lalu fitur yang terakhir yaitu ada e-marketplace, sebagai media produk yang dijual oleh UMKM sebagai wadah potensi yang dimiliki oleh para UMKM tersebut. Lalu Bapak Ibu sekalian, di depan sudah terdapat ilustrasi beta version website Easy tersebut. Di sini saya akan menjelaskan mengapa saya menggunakan website. Karena website merupakan platform yang mudah diakses dan tidak membutuhkan spesifikasi perangkat tertentu, sehingga dapat diakses dimanapun dan kapanpun. Dengan harapan dapat membantu UMKM dalam pengembangan bisnis, terutama agar dapat menuju ke digital. Dan diharapkan Easy bisa berkontribusi dengan konsep sedemikian rupa dengan kelengkapan fitur yang membantu UMKM agar dapat go digital dan mengembangkan usaha mereka. Lalu juga dapat melakukan pengembangan dengan bekerja sama dengan pihak terkait seperti instansi pemerintah dan juga komunitas yang ada di Indonesia. Terus melakukan perbaikan sistem berkala dan juga menambahkan fitur-fitur yang sesuai dengan kebutuhan UMKM agar menuju ke digital. Mungkin kurang lebihnya saya mohon maaf. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ada Rofik, ada waktu 5 menit. Adakah yang mau ditambahkan lagi mungkin?
Mungkin boleh.
Oh, menjelaskan lewat fiturnya. Baik, boleh. Silahkan mungkin menjelaskan fiturnya lebih lengkap dan lebih rinci.
Baik. Pertama-tama, di sini ada merupakan fitur e-education. Education di sini berisikan kepelatihan, video, artikel, seminar, atau workshop yang dapat diakses oleh para UMKM. Lalu juga ada fitur FGD yang berfungsi sebagai media penghubung antar para pelaku UMKM, yaitu agar dapat berkonsultasi langsung kepada para ahli yang berisikan praktisi, spesialis atau fasilitator, dan juga investor, sebagai media penghubung juga kepada investor agar para pelaku UMKM bisa mendapatkan funding yang mereka harapkan untuk mengembangkan bisnis mereka. Lalu juga ada grup untuk para pelaku UMKM.
Mungkin bisa diangkat lagi. Nah.
Lalu juga ada grup untuk para pelaku UMKM agar mereka dapat berkumpul menjadi satu kesatuan sehingga menjadi komunitas yang solid. Lalu ada fitur e-marketplace yang berfungsi sebagai tempat mereka untuk menjajakan para dagangan mereka atau showcase kepada para secara global agar mereka dapat diakses di curug pasar yang lebih luas dan dapat tidak menutup kemungkinan banyak pembeli-pembeli yang dari luar bisa membeli dagangan mereka secara global dan instan. Dan juga di fitur marketplace sendiri terdapat fitur Maps yang berfungsi sebagai alamat para pelaku UMKM. Jadi tidak hanya bisa membeli secara online, tapi para user atau klien juga bisa membeli dagangan para UMKM secara offline dengan datang langsung kepada store yang telah tersedia dengan alamat yang tertera di pada aplikasi website Easy ini sendiri. Mungkin sekian.
Sudah cukup? Baik, Azhar silahkan melihat di layar berapakah nomor yang akan kamu pilih, silahkan.
I choose number 2.
Nomor 2, pilihan Ainur Rafiq. Dari pertanyaan Ibu Yeti, silahkan.
Ainur Rafiq. It's so astonishing view the easy program that you have been developed. So we could have several insights about what application you have been developed. But in developing easy, you mentioned that the funding is from private parties. Is it right? Not from the government?
Mungkin mohon maaf bisa diulang pertanyaan.
Okay. In developing easy, you mentioned that the funding is from the private parties. Is it right? Not from the government?
No.
Okay. Who do you think that will invest for this application? Because you didn't mention it in your paper precisely.
Untuk funding sendiri, izin menjawab menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Untuk funding sendiri, kami akan bekerja sama dengan menggait para investor dan juga komunitas-komunitas yang ada di luar sana, dan juga kita akan bekerja sama dengan pihak-pihak instansi-instansi terkait untuk mengembangkan Easy ini sendiri. Dan untuk fitur di dalam Easy sendiri ini tidak hanya gratis, tapi juga ada fitur yang berbayar yang berfungsi untuk kita mengembangkan platform Easy ini sendiri secara jangka panjang.
I mean, would you specifically mention the name of the fundings? For example, from the Sport Nutrition Association maybe, or maybe from the Ministry of Health or others?
Mungkin untuk itu kita akan bekerja sama dengan beberapa perusahaan atau startup yang berfungsi untuk mengembangkan bisnis startup seperti 500 startup, lalu juga ada kita akan bekerja sama dengan berbagai pihak terkait seperti kayak instansi pemerintah, Kemenparekraf dan juga yang lainnya, dan kita akan bekerja sama dengan menggait komunitas-komunitas UMKM yang ada di Indonesia, terutama di Jawa Timur, agar mereka mau bergabung kepada website kita Easy dan juga mereka dapat mengembangkan usaha mereka bukan hanya secara percuma tapi juga secara berbayar. Seperti itu.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Mr. Warju or Mrs. Lina? Okay,
sudah cukup?
Enough.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Baik, terima kasih Ainur Rafiq. Bisa kembali ke tempat. Itu tadi seluruh finalis sarjana muda yang telah memberikan presentasi yang terbaiknya. Sebelum kita beralih pada kategori selanjutnya, bersama-sama kita akan melihat tayangan berikut ini.
Being a part of rapid technological progress and innovation encouraged Universitas Negeri Surabaya to make a breakthrough and build a culture of research and service in a productive and quality manner to meet the needs of producing adaptive, superior, and targeted products for the community. In 2016 until 2020, UNESA has 29 superior products that are worthy of being commercialized, whose technology is ready to be applied. Robot kece UNESA Gen 1. Robot kece UNESA Gen 2. Drone kece UNESA Gen 2. Temperature gauge kece UNESA Gen 1. Nanogold products for cosmetic use. Nanogold products for medical use. Haircuts. Volleyball tactical information skill. Joko Tingkir, the tsunami detector. And many more. UNESA always improves the quality and quantity of research and supports its innovation by collaborating with various partners in strengthening and distributing products. Developing various innovations in various scientific fields gives UNESA a platform to contribute to the community's needs.
Kita sudah mulai dari Mei, di Mei, Juni, Juli, Agustus, September, Oktober, ini yang ke-6. Dukuh Ketangi, Desa Beringin, Kecamatannya Badas, Kabupaten Kediri. Pengetahuan buat saya sebagai peneliti bahwa kegiatan suntik ini memang bermanfaat dan dirasakan. Meskipun tidak ada amplop atau uang, mereka tetap membutuhkan untuk disuntik nanogul begitu.
Saya sudah suntik nanogul sudah 5 kali, 6 kali ini saya, 6 kali. Kulit saya jadi halus itu, yang hitam-hitam itu jadi kena pot hilang itu. Ini kan dulu pernah kena knalpot tuh pada hilang yang hitam-hitam itu.
Enteng, kalau mboten niki nggak linu-linu, nggak, kolesterol normal, semua normal, gula darah normal, asam urat normal, semua normal. Biasanya sulit tidur, sekarang malam sudah bisa tidur. Dulunya nggak bisa tidur sampai pagi. Sekarang itu jam 12 sudah tidur. Apalagi minum kelor itu, mau tidur minum kelor udah enak tidurnya. Terutama di musim pandemi COVID-19 ini kan butuh imun yang kuat. Nah, secara teori nanogol ini adalah antioksidan yang menjaga imun kita, begitu. Dan sudah juga ada jurnal yang menyatakan bahwa dia meningkatkan aktivitas antioksidan endogen yang kita sebut sebagai glutathione, sehingga pertahanan tubuh terhadap serangan beberapa penyakit termasuk virus corona ya itu meningkat sehingga tidak akan sakit, meskipun semua orang pasti terpapar lah virus COVID-19 saat ini. Tapi untuk timbul sakit, kalau tubuh kita kuat, imunnya kuat, insya Allah tidak sampai sakit begitu. Itu yang dirasakan masyarakat desa saya maupun masyarakat di sekitar rumah tinggal saya. Kalau saya berharap pemerintah itu segera tanggap bahwa ini itu sangat bermanfaat. Dan harapan saya, jadikan ini SOP di rumah sakit. Harapan saya itu ya, supaya apa, masyarakat itu sehat tetapi tidak perlu biaya mahal.
Tibalah kita di kategori yang ketiga, yaitu diploma utama. Mengingatkan lagi para peserta, waktu untuk menjelaskan gagasan kreatif 10 menit dan untuk waktu sesi tanya jawab hanya 5 menit. Langsung saja, peserta diploma utama yaitu Novita Puspitasari dari D4 Tata Boga, Fakultas Vokasi.
Siap.
Silahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, all the judges, and all the audience in this ballroom. Here I am, Novita Puspitasari from Culinary Program from Faculty of Vocational. Here I want to present Kektong Cookies, a glutinous flour as food innovation for reduced wet flour in Indonesia. I want to talk about SDGs number 12 is consumption and production responsibility in Indonesia. Why I chose this topic of SDGs? I want to give to know and making campaign for Indonesia using wet flour in Indonesia. Based data from Worldometer Indonesia. Indonesia is number 4 place for the largest population in Indonesia. Food is a very crucial topic in Indonesia. As we know, a lot of food in Indonesia that use wet flour, like a bread, noodle, meatball, and etc. As we know that wet is not grown in Indonesia. In that, Indonesia still import wet from other countries like in Australia, Ukraine, Canada, Argentina, and America, and many more countries. It never be brought anymore if we always depend in other country. So I make this product for reduce with flour for making anything food. The news I read from Director Center of Economics and Law Studies, Celius Bima Yudhistira in BBC Indonesia. He said that the conflict in Ukraine due to the Russian invasion had led to increase the food price. The majority of the increase in domestic food price is the implication of the obstruction of trade between Indonesia, Ukraine, and Russia. So that's what I mean. How can we depend in other countries while depend in our countries by ourselves? For your information, Indonesian farmer effort to plant with wet Indonesia, but the cultivation of this command can be a way out in the midst of a shaken global market. But ironically, it cannot to be an alternative for stable food, domestic with cultivation, actually stable due to the various constraints. According to the Indonesian Association of Wet Flour Producers, which is mostly used the noodle and bread manufacturing industry, which is around 50% of the total national flour consumption for the noodle, and manufacturing industry with the detail of 30% wet noodles and 25% for instant noodles, while the bakery industry use 25% of the total national consumption of wet flour. So here I am present my product Kitty Cookies for reduced wet flour use with glutinous flour in Indonesia, with the aim of providing food innovation to the general public regarding to the processing of glutinous rice flour. So that's enough for me. I hope my little thing I can do can be useful for sustainable in Indonesia. Thank you.
Masih ada waktu sekitar 5 menit. Mau dijelaskan kembali? Sudah cukup?
Cukup.
Sudah cukup. Baik, langsung saja melihat di layar manakah nomor yang akan dipilih. Silahkan.
I choose number 3.
nomor 3. Baik, pertanyaan silahkan Bapak Warju.
Okay, question to Novita. Your paper describes in detail the lidah kucing cookies experience. In spite of that, could you explain how essential is the sensory quality of lidah kucing cookies related to sustainable development goals?
Thank you for the good question, Mr. Warju. So I wanna answer. For nutrition, I think it's gluten-free because the gluten from glutinous rice flour is lower than used wheat flour. So it's healthier for people and also for autism. I focus for autism because by the journal and data that I have, children with autism should not eat food that contain sugar, casein like protein in milk, gluten from protein in flour and wheat. And according to that, the content of casein and gluten can harm nerve tissue. It explains that gluten and casein will turn into morphine in the bodies of autism children. So I think that my product is gluten-free, so it's safely if we eat in autism and for anybody else like that.
Maybe Miss Lina or Miss Yeti.
Sudah cukup pertanyaannya? Baik, terima kasih Dewan Juri atas pertanyaannya. Dan untuk Novita bisa kembali ke tempat.
Okay, thank you for anybody and any wrong that I have. So I say sorry. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peserta terakhir dari diploma utama yakni Arzetia Fiti Artikarimah di 4 Administrasi Negara Fakultas Vokasi. Sudah siap? Silahkan. Cek.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation. My name is Arzetia Fitla Karima. I'm from State Administration of Vocational Programs at University of Surabaya. Okay, in here I will explain about my data paper is design of Sidoarjo Village Archive Information System or SICAD in optimize achieving SDGs in Sidoarjo Village Jetis Mojokerto Regency. Okay, before the move my content in the presentation, I have aspect of the paper is the number 1 introduction and the number 2 environmental analysis and the smart period and the number 4 work plan description divide into main stage to having target and the number 2 alternative possible obstacle. Okay, and the last there are several rules that under this writing I have 3 regulation and number 1 presidential decree in bahasa peraturan presiden number 111 number 111 of 2022 concern the implementation of SDGs mention of technology innovation is a sub-goal SDGs point 9, where achieving this point is also needed by increased access to information and technology communication. And the number 2, SDGs is sustainable development goals that will include in the priority program for the use of village fund in 2021. And the number 2, presidential instruction in Bahasa Instruksi Presiden number 3 of 2003 concern the national policy and for the development of e-government. Mention of e-government is a way to accelerate village government implementation, one of which spending of village service for incoming and incoming and outgoing letter. And number 3, there is a law number 43 of 2009 concern archive. UNRI is launched in 2009, launch activities of digital village archive. The UNRI reference is based on the Indonesian government enacting the law of the Republic of Indonesia number 43 of 2009 concern archive. Okay, and the next environmental analysis. In here I have fact and problem about Sidoarjo Village. Fact and problem of Sidoarjo Village in the number 1 archive are still kept by each section unit and that managed corresponding. And the number 2, the placement of archive dated in inconsistent with their kind and function. And the number 3, the office Sidoarjo Village current managed its archive uses a manual system and problem about Sidoarjo village. And the number one, the archive Sidoarjo village as not well organized. And the number two, handling the village progress. Based on this, the researchers to initiate a SICAT application in hope change a situation in the Sidoarjo village. Okay. The analysis for which the researchers in making application is use smart method and the specific involve the participation of the village secretary, headman, and apparatus. And the number two, measurable, met with an operating system as that is as simple as possible that can be used. And the number three, achievable, what socialization of the application to apparatus village. Okay, and then that's about reliable, but a common processing of the apparatus of the SICAT application. And then the last, time bound, and the number one, socialization, monthly monitoring, and evaluation. Okay, and that's main stage to achieve target. And the number one, read and understand the rules to archive management system. And the number two, understand the service performed by partner. And the number three, design to application. And the number four, socialization, turn to partner, and evaluation. And in here, the internal and external obstacle that might occur of the implementation of SICAT application. And the number one, both internal, socialization and monitoring. There is lack of minister, partner, village employee on human resource on information technology. And overcome this situation, researchers needed to conduct socialization and monitoring regularly to monitor the understanding of related parties on the application. And the number two, make it team two people from Mitra village. There's a lack of government support to help utilize the village apparatus in implementing application, and to mention if there's change in the bureaucracy and the scope of the Sidoarjo village. Therefore, make team IT internal village to anticipate change to the contents of archive application or SICATs. Okay, this explanation brings me to the end to my presentation today. Thank you for your attention.
Baik, itu tadi pemaparan yang luar biasa dari Arzetia. Silahkan Arzet memilih angka yang ada di depan layar.
Check. I will to choose number one.
Nomor 1. Silahkan Ibu Yeti memberikan pertanyaannya.
Arzeti, your paper systematically describes the design of the SICATs. Nonetheless, or however, what measure do you take to guarantee that the SICATs application operates normally? I think that's another question. Dua pertanyaan, dua.
Silahkan bisa menjawab.
Okay, I want to explain about your answer. Actually, in that village, there was an application provided by the government, but it was not used thoroughly because the menu was too many and there was no regular monitoring and must use the internet. The difference is that SICATs doesn't need to use the internet because it uses the Microsoft Access, and there is a regular monitoring, monthly monitoring. If the application provided by the government is the main archive, well, the SICAT is more related to village internet and to village internet over. Maybe jika aplikasi yang diberikan sama pemerintah itu about main archive, about village, di Sidoarjo village, and application for me menyangkut mengelola kearsipan internal desa, for example surat ahli waris, surat keterangan kayu, and etc.
Adakah tambahan pertanyaan dari Bu Yeti, Ibu Lina, atau Bapak Warji?
So I just want to make a clarification. The later the letters that you mentioned later, the last part, so the government did not provide that kind of service in their application.
Sorry, can you reply about your answer?
You mentioned about surat, what is it? The last two letters.
Okay. In the application for the government, contohnya kalau misal aplikasi yang diberikan oleh pemerintah itu seperti kearsipan main arsipnya desa. For example, arsip ketika ada kegiatan besarnya pemerintah itu akan disimpan di aplikasi itu. Kayak surat undangan yang dari government pemerintah langsung ke desa, sedangkan aplikasi yang saya buat ini bersifat internal desa. Contohnya misal ketika ada undangan ulang tahun Republik Indonesia, nggak mungkin itu surat bakal di save di arsip yang punyanya government, tapi mereka akan melakukan penyimpanan di dalam komputer internalnya desa seperti itu. Sejauh ini di desa tersebut, ketika mereka menyimpan arsip-arsip itu secara manual ditumpuk-tumpukan, kayak contohnya kertas, di tumpukan-tumpukan kertas seperti itu. Sedangkan dengan hadirnya aplikasi ini mereka langsung bisa meng-create atau menyimpannya langsung di aplikasi seperti itu. Jadi lebih ke internal arsipnya desa untuk aplikasi ini, sedangkan aplikasi yang diberikan oleh pemerintah itu nyatanya pada saat ini masih belum digunakan secara maksimal, bahkan tidak digunakan karena tidak ada monthly monitoring seperti itu, Ibu.
Okay, additional. So can I conclude that your application can be called as digital archive because it is not online, right?
No. Ini tidak menggunakan internet, but make Microsoft Office. Cara peneliti membuat itu menggunakan Microsoft Office berupa Microsoft Access. Jadi kita mengcoding, Ibu. Dan itu bisa digunakan oleh sekretaris desa, field secretary, dan juga bisa digunakan oleh pihak-pihak yang mungkin mendapatkan mandat untuk bisa melakukannya seperti itu.
So it's only digitalization of archiving.
Sorry, can you?
Digitalization of archiving. So instead of using it manual for the archive, so you put it in the digital.
Manual. Jadi mereka mengimport kertas, contohnya ada surat masuk, surat ahli waris, mereka ingin membuat, mereka langsung meng-create, mencatat di aplikasi itu, kemudian di save, dan itu langsung masuk ke laptopnya seperti itu. Jadi plusnya juga ketika ada meminimasi untuk kebocoran data karena tidak menggunakan internet seperti itu.
Baik, ada tambahan lagi? Cukup? Baik, terima kasih Arzetia sudah menjelaskan pemaparannya. Terima kasih, bisa kembali ke tempat. Kita lanjutkan saja menuju diploma muda. Dan yang pertama pesertanya adalah Dea Jai Nabila Belvarosa dari D4 Tata Busana Fakultas Vokasi. Sudah siap? Silakan.
Tes, oke. Oke, good afternoon. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Dear honorable judges and all audience offline and online, I'm DJ Nabila from Vocational Fashion Design, State University of Surabaya. Will present my poster about product innovation. The title is Utilization of Clothing Production Waste into Attractive Sustainable Women's Wear. Okay, for the background why I choose this kind of topic is the first, a lot of fashion production waste in Indonesia, accumulation of waste that is not easily decomposed and cannot be decomposed in nature. It's called synthetic based textile waste. Okay, because of the amount of textile waste, the thread and the fabric patchwork that is produced is often thrown away. This can cause environmental damage if there is no treatment of textile waste in the long term. Some of the textile waste produced is made from synthetic materials and cannot be decomposed in nature. For my focus on the scientific work is universities in Indonesia which have a study program in the field of fashion, like State University of Surabaya in vocational fashion design study program. This study program, in the majority of its course, produce textile waste such as fabric patchwork and thread because the productive activity of fashion student is the production of fashion products. Most courses produce patchwork waste, but courses such as embroidery and textile craft are the courses with the most thread waste. Why that two courses got the most? Because when we practice, there is some problem like broken embroidery, floss waste, thread waste, disassembling clothes that have been sewn incorrectly or embroidered incorrectly, and the third with left over from embroidery practice. Okay, for make this product, the first is determine the product design to be created, and then the size of the product to be made in fashion pattern maker. Next is prepare with the soluble material and put in the first layer. Next is on the top of it put textile waste like fabric patchwork and thread. Arrange it irregularly to make it more aesthetic. Then for the layer 3, put water soluble again. The function of water soluble is for the stabilizer of the fashion sustainable fabric that will make in fashion product. Okay, why I use water soluble? Because that material is biodegradable, which supports sustainability. Okay, next step is sew the sustainable fabric with machine sewn in regularly stitch. If done, cut the fabric sustainable material that has been sewn according to the pattern with the addition of seams and seams. After that, combine each pattern and don't forget put and sew the zipper on the back of fashion product. Finish the hem and add embellishment if need. If all sewn things finish, soak the fashion product into hot water with 70 Celsius in 5 minutes. Finally, product quality control by trimming, pricing, and product packaging. Okay, the main purpose of this product is reduce pollution caused by fashion waste by utilizing fashion production waste from practice course. The supporting material or stabilizer used also come from biodegradable material or material that break or break down easily in a short period of time. Besides reducing pollution, another goal is to reduce the use of material or resources. With the existence of clothing production waste, it can minimize the use of excessive material. Okay, the next is SMART. The product also has the SMART method. The specific goal is to maximize fashion waste and minimize the excessive use of textile. The acceptable for fashion product, it can be accepted or not depending on where the target market is. For my own design, this design is sporty streetwear with kidult as a theme. Here, I take a target age of 20 to 25 years old who work as content creator or ordinary colleger who are really interested in fashion things. In order to achieve this realistically, this is possible to achieve because textile waste is always there when we student of vocational fashion design doing offline course. Whether or not it fashion design doing offline, whether or not it reach the target depends on the promotion method that will be carried out later. The deadline when it will be achieved depending on the materials that will be collected. If the material have been collected, production will be carried out. Okay, the last is conclusion. Innovative womenswear production by applying water-soluble manipulating fabric can be introduced as a solution to environmental problems caused by clothing production waste. By choosing the right products design and having a long shelf life, it will produce the environmental impact due to textile production waste. Even if this water-soluble recycling technique use continues to be developed, it will be able to present quality products that provide special advantage for the wearer. That's all for me. Thank you.
Baik, Dea, luar biasa sekali. Silahkan langsung saja memilih nomor yang ada di depan layar.
I'll choose number 2.
Nomor 2. Silahkan Ibu Lina memberikan pertanyaan.
Okay, finally. Thank you. So you talk about water-soluble technique, right? So what are the challenges of implementing that kind of technique? Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer it. The challenges of this technique is like ketika perubahan antara produk itu masih menjadi masih ada bahan water soluble-nya dan setelahnya itu challenge-nya adalah produk itu tidak bisa dipakai ketika ada water soluble, tapi bisa dipakai ketika water soluble itu meleleh atau water soluble itu menyatu dengan air. Jadi challenge-nya adalah itu bisa dia itu bisa maksudnya itu challenge-nya adalah kayak perubahan dari ada water soluble dan tidaknya itu keunikannya seperti itu.
So this is interesting actually. So the next question is, when can we wear the clothes?
We can wear this clothes when like we on mall or we attend some like party event like that.
No. What I mean here is because of what the water soluble. So we need to wait until it's gone. Yes. How long will it take?
5 minutes.
Only 5 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Cukup, Bu Lina? Mungkin Dewan Juri lain adakah yang ingin menambahkan? Cukup? Baik. Terima kasih Dea sudah memaparkan dan sudah menjawab pertanyaan. Bisa kembali ke tempat.
Thank you.
Baiklah, peserta yang kedua adalah Naufal Hanif Ramadan dari D4 Administrasi Negara, Fakultas Vokasi. Sudah siap? Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, especially for the honorable judges who has been sparing your time in this very special injury occasion on the most outstanding student selection of UNESA today. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Naufal Hanif Ramadan. People call me Hanif. I'm from State Administration, Vocational Faculty. Today I will presenting to you all guys about my idea called Hexahelic Strategy Framework with the Hexahelic Strategy Framework for Waste Management. So before we jump to the main presentation, let me ask you guys several questions. Have you ever imagined that there's no trace in our environment? Or have you ever imagined that there's no place where there's no trace at all? Even what humans do mostly produce waste, and as we know, the waste itself is very disturbing for the human health, and that's the reason why I have come with the idea of this waste management with Hexahelic Strategy Framework. So in my presentation, I will talk about 7 things. Number 1, I will talk about the background. Number 2, I will talk about the potential identification. Number 3, I will talk about the what is actually hexahelix framework is. And number 4, I will talk about the formula of development target. And number 5, I will talk about the analysis program with smart analysis. Number 6, I will talk about the what are the result of the last program implemented in Kedirian Village. And the last thing, we're talking about the blueprint or the master plan to implement waste management in another village or another regions. First thing first, let me talk about the background of waste in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you know that in 2020, Indonesia has produced 67 million tons of waste, 55 or around 37 million tons were successfully managed, but the 29 million tons could be managed and remain on Earth. Most of percentage comes from the household activities of 37%. So the question is, why cannot 29 million tons be properly managed? Based on observation, the most problem is number 1, the lack of education about the waste management to villagers, and number 2 is there are no facilities and infrastructure for integrated waste management. So we talk about the potential identification. First, the problem is potential for environmental contamination due to absence of waste management site, decreasing the health and quality of life of the local community, and the needed is creation of system, administration, and physical waste bank and TPS 3R. Second, the problem is the lack of education and empowerment of the local communities in environmental management ecosystem. So resulting is not managing waste properly, but also we need education and training for the resident in waste management. And the last one, unmanaged BUMDes, or we know that Badan Usaha Milik Desa. As the result, there is no community forum in business management. So we need that BUMDes activation with the system management and sustainability. Responding to this explanation, ladies and gentlemen, we need a waste management system by empowering partner stakeholder to overcome the problems of waste management itself. So what is actually hexahelix framework is, and how it's going to solve the problem of waste management in Indonesia. The hexahelix model is 6-party collaboration model, consists of A, B, C, G, M, and aggregator. A for academia, B for business sector, C for community, G for government, M for media, and the last one is aggregator. Media and aggregator is new stakeholder in this framework. The hexahelix concept is strongly encourage collaborative ecosystem that complement each other according to their respective role. For this reason, ladies and gentlemen, this concept must be used. So during the program implemented in Kedirian Village, we collaborate with 10 stakeholders. For the academic party, the stakeholder is myself, the lecturer, and the student implementation team. And the business sector, the stakeholder is Gearbek Collector and Citraland. And the community, the stakeholder is PKK dan Karang Taruna. And the government, the stakeholder is Dinas Koperasi dan UMKM, Dinas Lingkungan Hidup, dan Dinas Pemberdayaan Masyarakat Desa. From the stakeholder media are the UNESA TV and official Kedirian social media, and the stakeholder aggregator are WHASTA. WHASTA is Unilever partner in waste management since 2010, and Robris. Robris is processing waste into good stuff. So with the next one is the formula of development target. The program is consists of 4 program. Number 1 is garbage bank atau bank sampah, and TPS 3R. So we built the garbage bank and implemented with reuse, recycle principle, and we also organic waste training and inorganic waste training. So we not only build the garbage bank, the garbage bank, but we also training the organic and inorganic waste to the society of the Kediren village. And after 3 program implemented, we make the last program is the garbage craft festival. This activity, ladies and gentlemen, is involve all of society of Kediren village. And in this program, we organize the garbage fashion show, and the garbage fashion show which is the result of training before, and we awarding all of society who has involved in this program. So the next one is smart analysis. So this program is for the specific indicator. This program to aims address environmental management issue that focus on waste management, and the measurable indicator. This program reduce the tangible waste, increase the community economy, assist partner in program implementation, and the acceptable indicator. The program is no way contrary to laws, norms, and moral. The realistic indicator is the program has logical concept by establishing cooperation waste management. The time bound, there are 4 stages the implementation of this program. And what the result of last program implemented in Kediren village? We have involved 58% villagers, carried out more than 26 activities, collaborate with 10 stakeholders, and had 106 waste bank customer, published 4 news stories, and generated turnover more than 2 million rupiah per month. And also we creating the 3 local institution, and we also creating the peraturan desa tentang bank sampah, and TPS 3R. Last thing, we talking about the how I'm going to make this idea possible to blueprint or master plan to implement it in another village. So, ladies and gentlemen and honorable judges, I believe that the implementation of the hexahelix strategy with multi-stakeholder synergy consisting of A, B, C, G, M can encourage the success of the waste management program in other regions or in other villages. In addition to reducing waste, this program also increase the resident knowledge about the environmental management and improve the villagers' economy. So the conclusion is based on result of my presentation. I concluded that Indonesia has produced 67 million tons, and then the program implemented in Kediren village, and the program consists of 4. The last is the garbage craft festival, and this program implemented with hexahelix strategy with collaboration with 10 stakeholders, and the last is the program was successfully implemented, and I suggest that program can be implemented in other village. That's all for my presentation of hexahelix strategy framework for waste management in Kediren village. Thank you.
Terima kasih Hanif atas paparan yang luar biasa. Silahkan Hanif langsung saja memilih nomor. Sambil menunggu, gimana? Sudah lega? Sudah, oke. Pilih, silahkan.
I choose number 3.
Nomor 3. Silahkan, Bapak Warju memberikan pertanyaan.
Okay, question to Hanif. The first question, why do you choose Kediren village to implement your zero waste program rather than another village? Maybe do you have a reason about that?
Okay, thank you Prof. Warju for the question. Let me answer with the bahasa. Mengapa kami memilih Desa Kediren untuk dijadikan salah satu desa inisiasi dari program pemberdayaan yang kemudian kita melakukan pengelolaan sampah di sana? Karena yang pertama, di Desa Kediren sendiri kita tahu secara tangible atau secara fisik di sana sudah terlihat bukti fisiknya bahwa sampah tidak terkelola. Tidak terkelolanya kenapa? Karena di sana tidak memiliki yang namanya tempat pembuangan sampah atau tempat pembuangan akhir. Jadi mayoritas masyarakat yang ada di sana atau mungkin semua bahkan masyarakat yang ada di sana itu bahkan membuang sampahnya di lingkungan sekitar. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, masyarakat sekitar justru malah membakar sampahnya yang kemudian akan mengakibatkan polusi. Inilah yang kemudian harus kita tindak lanjuti ketika tidak ada yang peduli atas lingkungan, terus kemudian siapa lagi. Jadi atas dasar itulah yang kemudian kita menerapkan program ini, menerapkan hexahelix strategy framework untuk kemudian kita bisa mengelola lingkungan di Desa Kediren adalah permasalahan sampah. Terus yang kemudian yang kedua tidak hanya masalah sampah, tapi masalah tentang mindset, masalah tentang pemikiran oleh masyarakat sekitarnya sendiri. Berdasarkan data yang kami himpun, masyarakat yang ada di sana mayoritas itu adalah pendidikannya tamatan SD, yang mana kalau misal tamatan SD, kalau misal disuruh mengelola sampah itu akan sangat susah. Maka dari itu kami ingin sekali untuk kemudian bisa mengubah perilaku. We change the behavior first. Jadi setelah kita mengubah perilakunya mereka dari internal, mungkin keluarga di rumah, terus kemudian mereka bisa mengelola lingkungannya, itu adalah sangat yang bagus. Tentunya ini tidak bisa dilakukan oleh individu masyarakat itu sendiri, tidak bisa dilakukan oleh tetangga-tetangganya, tetapi juga banyak sekali kemudian pihak-pihak yang bisa membantu, terutama pihak dalam lingkup terdekat adalah PKK, terus kemudian Karang Taruna yang mungkin isinya adalah anak-anak muda yang masih penuh dengan pembaharuan, masih penuh dengan ledakan-ledakan ide yang kemudian bisa mengelola sampah dengan baik. Terus kemudian setelah Karang Taruna dan PKK juga ada yang namanya pemerintah desa. Pemerintah desa juga memiliki anggaran untuk kemudian bisa mengelola sampah yang lebih baik lagi. Ini yang kemudian akan kita upayakan, ini kemudian sudah kita upayakan dan akan kita upayakan di desa-desa lainnya atau di daerah-daerah lainnya. Jadi kurang lebihnya gambarannya adalah seperti itu. Jadi permasalahannya adalah permasalahan tentang bukti fisik permasalahan sampah di sana, tidak adanya tempat pembuangan sampah akhir, dan kemudian adalah permasalahan perilaku oleh masyarakat desanya itu sendiri. Dua masalah yang sangat fundamental ketika kita ngomongin tentang sampah, dan dua masalah ini ketika tidak ada yang kemudian bisa membuat tidak ada yang bisa untuk kemudian memberikan solusi, maka kamilah yang menjadi salah satu garda terdepan untuk kemudian bisa membuat pemberdayaan berbasis pengelolaan lingkungan. Dan tentunya apa yang kami lakukan ini tidak hanya berhenti di Desa Kediren aja, tetapi kita ingin membuat yang namanya master plan. Kita ingin yang membuat namanya blueprint. Blueprint apa yang kemudian sudah kita sukses laksanakan di Desa Kediren itu. Jadi kita ingin ada yang namanya hexahelix strategi ini di kegiatan-kegiatan lain, hexahelix strategi ini di pemberdayaan lain. Karena apa? Karena kita tahu bahwa kolaborasi multi stakeholder, kolaborasi banyak pihak itu sangat dibutuhkan. Karena kita tidak bisa hanya berdiri sendiri, kita tidak hanya bisa untuk kemudian mengupayakan diri sendiri, tapi ada sentuhan-sentuhan dari pihak lain yang kemudian itu akan membantu dan akan meringankan program ini berjalan, termasuk dalam segi funding, termasuk dalam segi investasi dan sebagainya. Bisnis sektor sangat membantu untuk itu. Kami kemarin disupport oleh salah satu perusahaan swasta yang ada di Surabaya untuk kemudian bisa menerapkan program yang ada di sana, dan kami yakin dengan apa yang kami lakukan ini, dengan framework hexahelix ini ada ABCGM, tentunya akan menjadi blueprint atau master plan yang akan bisa dilaksanakan di desa-desa atau daerah-daerah lainnya. Terima kasih.
Oke, thank you.
Sangat cukup luar biasa atas jawabannya. Terima kasih Hanif atas jawabannya. Bisa kembali ke tempat.
Boleh tutup.
Silahkan.
Ya, thank you very much for your attention. My name is Ramadan. I will close with the pantun. Goreng ikan sambil main bola.
Cakep.
Digoreng terpisah, jangan sekaligus.
Cakep.
Cakep.
Cukup sekian presentasi saya. Semoga dapat nilai yang bagus. Terima kasih, saya Novel Ramadan.
Tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Hanif. Dan masuklah kita ke peserta yang terakhir dari Diploma Muda, yakni Adinda Maulita Salsabila dari D4 Tata Boga Fakultas Vokasi. Silahkan.
Yes. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen and the judges, I am glad to see you all. Okay, let me introduce. My name is Adinda Maulita Sasabila from vocational focus studies, culinary and foodie. Preferably, I will present in my poster about the Sijabati product, where each Sijabati product has a background where the lack of awareness and utilization of Chinese betel leaf or Peperomania pellucidea, the many innovation of herbal tea products and the use of local ingredients, where we have product goals and objective to provide understanding to the general public regarding herbal tea, innovation of herbal tea that contain antioxidant as micro, small, and medium business idea from Indonesian people. From our goals and objective, we have a stable and anticipation for this Sijabati product for internal factor and external factor. From internal factor is lack of competence in food processing with anticipation of mastery of PKK mothers and feel like comparative of product development implementation. And then external factor is the lack of government to help people carry out the development of food product with anticipation. There is government support in the development of local food product. With outcome and impact number 1, this is understand the system and flow of rules in the development of the varied product. And then number 2, conduct a review on the tips of similar product. Number 3, the identification the benefit of similar preferred product. And the last, manage trending business, license, and patent right for Sijabati product. From the SMART method, it can be description and specific point. Sijabati product have the aim of providing benefit and use to the general public, generating herbal tea innovation that can be used for develop micro, small, and medium business ideas. And measurable point, where the benchmark can be seen from the usefulness of the Sijabati product for the community and Sijabati customer, and can be achieved by providing socialization and training to the community to actualize perception of Sijabati products. With time-bound goals will continuing of monitor every month to see how far the product and marketing of this product can be released to the target recipient, namely partner, village, and customer. That is all, and thank you.
Baik, terima kasih Adinda atas pemaparan yang sudah dirincikan tadi. Langsung saja memilih nomor yang ada di layar. Silahkan Adinda. Nomor 2. Baik, Pak Warju, silahkan.
Okay, question to Adinda. Teh Sidebah is the new product. How would you promote this product so people are familiar with it? And how about the competitor and price? Thank you.
Izin menjawab dengan bahasa Indonesia Pak ya. Untuk produknya sendiri, di situ dia ada harga. Untuk harganya sendiri mungkin dari harga saya melakukan beberapa uji coba dan menganalisis tentang bahan-bahan dari produk sendiri, di mana produk tersebut itu merupakan bahan lokal Pak yang mudah dicari dan dengan harga yang cukup terjangkau. Jadi untuk harganya sendiri itu mungkin sesuai dengan kantong masyarakat, mungkin sekitar harga 20 ribuan untuk satu produk.
And how would you promote the product?
Untuk promosinya, karena ini merupakan produk yang belum diketahui banyak kalangan masyarakat, mungkin kita kan ini tadi dengan cara untuk targetnya itu kita ke masyarakat desa dulu, Bu. Jadi kita melakukan sosialisasi tentang produk tersebut di masyarakat desa untuk memberitahu bahwa oh ini kita punya produk yang digunakan untuk kesehatan, kurang lebih kayak gitu, Bu. Nanti untuk promosi lain-lainnya kita bisa melanjutkan melalui sosial media gitu.
Why it should be villagers?
Oke, untuk tempat kita melakukan sasaran yang pertama itu ada di daerah Desa Pringinan Nom, Kabupaten Gresik, Bu. Gitu. Gresik.
So why don't you directly go to the city? Why don't you directly promote your product in city rather than in Gresik?
Untuk promosinya sendiri, di mana waktu itu saya kan juga asalnya sebenarnya dari desa itu, Bu. Jadi kita fokusnya ke situ dengan kurang lebih seperti itu.
Cukup? Baik, terima kasih Adinda atas jawabannya. Silahkan kembali ke tempat. Baiklah, semua kategori sudah melakukan presentasi yang luar biasa. Sekarang saatnya juri berdiskusi untuk menentukan siapa pemenangnya. Para peserta dan seluruh audiens yang melihat di kanal YouTube Mawar Unesa bisa menyaksikan video persembahan tentang kehidupan kampus di Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
Menjadi mahasiswa UNESA memberikan peluang besar bagi kita mahasiswa untuk bisa mengekspresikan apa yang ada di dalam kepala kita untuk menjadi sebuah karya. Apresiasi yang diberikan dari UNESA besar banget ya, karena dosen-dosen yang ada di Prodi S1 Pendidikan Tata Busana ini mensupport banget mahasiswanya, mulai dari misalnya saya secara personal waktu ikut lomba terus alhamdulillah masuk finalis. Prodi itu selalu welcome banget. Kamu mau dibantu apanya? Apa yang menjadi kesulitan yang kamu hadapi? Jadi Prodi akan siap untuk membantu, untuk membackup seperti itu. Selain itu, secara general kami sebagai mahasiswa tata busana, dosen itu selalu memberikan kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk bisa terjun langsung di masyarakat, untuk bisa dikenal di masyarakat. Misalnya saja, kita ada proyek sebuah busana. Dosen itu selalu akan mengkoneksikan kita dengan dunia industri. Salah satunya diikutsertakan di event-event fashion yang ada di Surabaya. Jadi di situ kami mahasiswa bisa lebih dikenal di masyarakat seperti itu. Untuk awalnya sendiri sebenarnya dari bakat yang ada dalam diri saya sendiri sejak lama. Jadi basicnya dulu adalah menyukai menggambar. Jadi suka menggambar saja. Tapi di tengah perjalanannya baca-baca, kemudian juga lihat YouTube, sepertinya membuat desain busana adalah sesuatu yang menarik. Jadi di situ saya mulai mencoba hal baru dan menekuninya sampai sekarang.
Biasanya kalau kuliah identik dengan materi-materi akademis. Nah, di UNESA ini di Fakultas Ilmu Olahraga, di sini juga saya mendapatkan prakteknya dan juga materi akademis. Awalnya masuk UNESA sih juga lihat, oh di sini futsalnya bagus. Nah ternyata saya masuk sampai sekarang, ternyata pemain UNESA itu nggak habis-habis. Jadi alhamdulillahnya teman-teman saya support dan bisa selalu menjadi juara di sini. Pertama masuk kuliah sih ikut turnamen antar jurusan. Alhamdulillahnya saya di Surabaya ini tiap ikut turnamen antar jurusan dapat juara 1. Alhamdulillah yang baru kemarin ini saya ikut turnamen antar fakultas nasional se-Indonesia ya. Alhamdulillahnya dapat juara 1. Dan untuk saya pribadi alhamdulillah dapat top score. Nah, kalau dari UNESA-nya sih dari segi sarana prasarana sih ya. Mulai dari lapangan, bola, dan pelatih yang mumpuni.
buat teman-teman mahasiswa yang bingung banget karena kuliahnya terasa monoton, cuman kuliah pulang atau kuliah rapat, cobain kalian aktualisasi diri dengan ikutin lomba-lomba, dengan kembangin minat dan bakat kalian, tapi jangan sampai lupa kewajiban kalian sebagai mahasiswa. Fasilitas yang aku rasakan dari UNESA yang menunjang banget di prestasiku adalah kemana-mana selalu diakomodasi oleh universitas. Sebagai contoh, kemarin waktu ke Padang, aku lomba fotografi tingkat nasional, semua pengeluaran, semua biaya di sana direimburse oleh fakultas, terutamanya di FIP, dan juga untuk beberapa registrasi dari lomba, uang-uang untuk ikut masuk ke perlombaan diganti direimburse total oleh universitas. Jadi benar-benar didukung. Dan kalau menang dapat reward. Yang 2021 kemarin 47 juta. Nah, untuk yang 2022 ini belum keluar nih. Jadi belum tahu. Tips and trick supaya kuliah dan juga hobi tetap jalan seimbang supaya prestasi juga bisa kekejar. Yang pertama adalah pastiin diri kita bisa tanggung jawab, mampu untuk membagi waktu karena time management itu paling penting. Yang kedua, jangan sampai kehilangan fokus dalam kuliah karena itu yang paling utama. Nah, lalu ketika ada waktu luang, gunakan untuk hal-hal bermanfaat, jangan hanya selancar di sosmed aja, tapi juga gunakan untuk mengembangkan diri, ikut-ikut forum-forum yang sesuai dengan minat bakat. Nah, nanti di situ ketemu passionnya teman-teman, ketemu juga orang-orang yang sealiran, yang akhirnya nanti membawa teman-teman untuk fokus dan bisa mengembangkan prestasi.
Being a part of rapid technological progress and innovation encouraged Universitas Negeri Surabaya to make a breakthrough and build a culture of research and service in a productive and quality manner to meet the needs of producing adaptive, superior, and targeted products for the community. In 2016 until 2020, UNESA has 29 superior products that are worthy of being commercialized, whose technology is ready to be applied. Robot kece UNESA Gen 1. Robot kece UNESA Gen 2. Drone kece UNESA Gen 2. Temperature gauge kece UNESA Gen 1. Nanogold products for cosmetic use. Nanogold products for medical use. Haircuts. Volleyball tactical information skill. Joko Tingkir, the tsunami detector. And many more. UNESA always improves the quality and quantity of research and supports its innovation by collaborating with various partners in strengthening and distributing products. Developing various innovations in various scientific fields gives UNESA a platform to contribute to the community's needs.
Kita sudah mulai dari Mei, jadi Mei, Juni, Juli, Agustus, September, Oktober, ini yang ke-6. Dukuh Ketangi, Desa Beringin, Kecamatannya Badas, Kabupaten Kediri. Pengetahuan buat saya sebagai peneliti bahwa kegiatan suntik ini memang bermanfaat dan dirasakan. Meskipun tidak ada amplop atau uang, mereka tetap membutuhkan untuk disuntik nanogul, begitu.
Saya sudah nanogold sudah 5 kali, 6 kali ini saya, 6 kali. Kulit saya jadi halus itu, yang hitam-hitam itu jadi kena pot hilang itu. Ini kan dulu pernah kena knalpot tuh pada hilang yang hitam-hitam itu.
Enteng, kalau mboten niki nggak linu-linu, nggak, kolesterol normal, semua normal, gula darah normal, asam urat normal, semua normal. Biasanya sulit tidur, sekarang malam sudah bisa tidur. Dulunya nggak bisa tidur sampai pagi. Sekarang itu jam 12 sudah tidur. Apalagi minum kelor itu, mau tidur minum kelor udah enak tidurnya. Terutama di musim pandemi COVID-19 ini kan butuh imun yang kuat. Nah, secara teori nanogold ini adalah antioksidan yang menjaga imun kita, begitu. Dan sudah juga ada jurnal yang menyatakan bahwa dia meningkatkan aktivitas antioksidan endogen yang kita sebut sebagai glutathione, sehingga pertahanan tubuh terhadap serangan beberapa penyakit termasuk virus corona ya itu meningkat sehingga tidak akan sakit. Meskipun semua orang pasti terpapar lah virus COVID-19 saat ini, tapi untuk timbul sakit kalau tubuh kita kuat, imunnya kuat, insya Allah tidak sampai sakit, begitu. Itu yang dirasakan masyarakat desa saya maupun masyarakat di sekitar rumah tinggal saya. Kalau saya berharap pemerintah itu segera tanggap bahwa ini itu sangat bermanfaat, dan harapan saya jadikan ini SOP di rumah sakit. Harapan saya itu ya, supaya apa, masyarakat itu sehat tetapi tidak perlu biaya mahal.
Since its establishment in 1964, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, which at that time was Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan or IKIP Surabaya, has always excelled as an educational campus. UNESA's commitment to participate in advancing the quality of education in Indonesia is proven by various reliable facilities and programs. In 2021, UNESA has 69 professors, 1,037 lecturers, 31,363 students, 7 faculties, 1 vocational program, 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 Diploma 4 programs, and 28 postgraduate study programs. Not only generating excellent graduates, but UNESA also guarantees the quality of education through teacher professional education programs. The certification program is intended for early childhood teachers to high school teachers to standardize academic and non-academic qualifications. Currently, there are 33 study programs that are organized to support the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technologies program. From 2017 to 2021, there are 4 programs that are conducted by UNESA, including Subsidized Imposition Program, Subsidized Pre-Service Program, Undergraduate Program to Educate in Outermost, Frontier and Underdeveloped Areas, and Integrated Teacher Professional Education Program.
Nama saya Berry Wahyu Kurniawan, biasa dipanggil dengan Berry. Saya adalah salah satu guru di SDN Gadungan 3, Kecamatan Puncu, Kabupaten Kediri. Saya dulu alumni dari Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Untuk S1-nya saya mengambil jurusan PGSD, kemudian melanjutkan ke pendidikan profesi guru di UNESA juga. Memang cita-cita saya ingin menjadi seorang guru. Untuk awal mengajar, saya mulai mengajar pada tahun 2014. Dulu honorer, saya dulu mengirimkan lamaran dari SD ke SD dan akhirnya alhamdulillah mendapatkan panggilan di SDN Balong Jeruk. Kalau sebagai guru honorer, kesulitannya lebih ke hal-hal administratif sebenarnya. Kan statusnya kan kalau kita bilang, bisa dibilang kita tidak resmi ya. Ya mengajar, cuma kan kita tidak punya SK secara resmi. Kemudian setelah 3 tahun, itu baru saya melanjutkan ke pendidikan profesi guru. Saya mendapatkan banyak sekali pengalaman ilmu-ilmu baru. Saya kan lulus tahun 2013 dan mengajar pada tahun 2014. Nah di situ kan ada penerapan kurikulum baru, kurikulum 2013. Nah ketika saya lulus kan belum mendapatkan itu. Ketika mengajar saya harus menerapkan itu. Memang ada seperti pelatihan atau workshop yang dilaksanakan oleh Dinas Pendidikan, tapi tidak sebaik ketika kita mendapatkan langsung di PPG. Yang pertama ada upgrade dari pengetahuan, kemudian skill kita juga update, kemudian untuk sertifikatnya ini juga sangat berfungsi. Ketika kita mengajar di swasta, sertifikatnya ini dapat dicairkan untuk mendapatkan tunjangan. Selain itu juga ini juga bermanfaat ketika saya kemarin mengikuti tes CPNS. Ini mendapatkan poin tersendiri. Kalau dulu PPG yang saya jalani yaitu PPG Prajab itu berbeda dengan di kampus-kampus lain, di mana kita kalau di kampus lain hanya ada 1 PPL. Kalau kita diadakan 2 kali PPL. Untuk PPL yang pertama yaitu untuk pengamatan, kemudian untuk PPL kedua kita action di situ, Kak. Jadi lebih dapat ilmunya, lebih dapat, kemudian prakteknya juga lebih dapat, seimbang seperti itu.
Globalization encourages Universitas Negeri Surabaya to connect and reconnect with UNESA's partners with different stakeholder coping education, government, private sector, and non-governmental organization. UNESA has committed to strengthen its partnership with various partners, evidenced by the increase in targets and achievements from year to year. What is more, UNESA welcomes potential collaboration with new partners to strive for its excellence in education. To improve quality, we also bridge international mobility for educators and students. UNESA supports every potential of the UNESA academic community through international scholarship programs to add global insight. Various international programs are also designed to facilitate UNESA students and international students not only to interact and get to know each other, but also to exchange perspectives for wider collaboration.
Our university strategic plan for the next 5 years focuses on internationalization of the institution. By 2021, we hope we become a recognized regional education university. We have implemented some program for the internationalization. Recently, we have obtained international accreditation for science education and engineering education clusters. We are now working on the other international accreditation from reputable international agencies. In terms of academic forums, this year we are hosting some international conferences and academic forums. In the respective fields of our faculties, from these international conferences, we open opportunities for international research collaboration and publication with bigger audiences. In addition, for research collaboration, we encourage professors and researchers at our university to collaborate with researchers from other countries, especially with institutions which have had MOUs with our university. We believe that the emerging issues we face are too big to solve alone. Collaboration is the key to cope the problems and challenges to elevate the roles of the higher education to bigger audience. Some potential to initiate for international collaboration, including student and teacher mobility, international internship programs, joint research, publication and conferences, and scholarship management for international students. UNESA is committed to enhancing our global collaboration for better future to build sustainable development for our community and unity. Thank you.
As part of the society, Universitas Negeri Surabaya always strives to build a culture of research and service in a productive and quality manner to support national development. UNESA always helps and focuses on the people in need, providing assistance in various forms, materials, educations, and also mental support for people who are in difficulties. UNESA is taking a closer look at the community needs and always providing supports towards the direction of a better change. Various development programs in the form of community service, one of which is done by UNESA lecturers. Community service, Directorate of Research and Community Service. Community Service, Non-Tax State Revenue. Distributing requests for community service proposals from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and also the community to UNESA students and lecturers. Not only wanting to produce credible graduates, but also being able to become the successor of development who is better focused on complex problems faced by the community and learn to face that problem practically.
Kerjasama antara pemerintah daerah dengan kampus ini, kalau menurut saya memang seharusnya dilakukan. Dua-duanya, kampus maupun di pemerintah daerah, akan menerima manfaat. Memang KKN itu sarana untuk pembelajaran kehidupan yang sesungguhnya. Kalau saya, ya, pengalaman dari saya sendiri KKN, terus kemudian saya juga merasa sering mendampingi adik-adik mahasiswa. Pemda merasa diuntungkan karena apa? Masyarakat itu satu diberi penyadaran oleh mahasiswa, diberdayakan oleh mahasiswa, sehingga apa? Mengurangi istilahnya beban yang harus kita anukan di masyarakat. Toh sama, semuanya orientasi pada masyarakat. Maka dengan adanya KKN itu, Pemda ya banyak dibantu, banyak sekali permasalahan problem masyarakat. Suatu saat kalau Anda jadi apapun misalnya aja, juga akan berinteraksi dengan masyarakat. Bisa mengerti kebutuhan masyarakat apa ya, keinginan masyarakat apa sih misalnya. Oh saya harus apa sih, sehingga nanti match. Akhirnya akan menumbuhkan apa? Jiwa empati, solidaritas, hidup gotong royong, mau menjadi waktu KKN itu kan mau mendengar orang lain. Ini kadang-kadang kan susah orang. Artinya masyarakat juga diuntungkan juga. Ya kalau misalnya mereka setelah KKN pulang atau saat KKN, biasanya saya juga sering apa istilahnya survei. Kemudian basic saya orang riset juga. Survei kira-kira bagaimana kehadiran KKN mahasiswa KKN? Enggak apa-apa. Bagus Pak, bisa membantu pembangunan di desa yang bersangkutan, bisa membantu misalnya kalau ada keluhan-keluhan dari masyarakat, misalnya juga bisa membantu bergaul sama anak-anak, misalnya diajari tentang pelajaran, diajari misalnya ada yang mengaji, ada yang mungkin pelatihan-pelatihan misalnya aja seperti itu. Itu yang dirasakan oleh masyarakat. Semua happy, itu yang kita harapkan. Simbiosis mutualisme. Semua diuntungkan. Kampus, mahasiswa, Pemda apalagi diuntungkan.
Art and culture. The abundant forms of arts and culture in Indonesia is an embodiment of beautiful, creative, and meaningful works and expressions. As a higher education institution that is highly concerned with local arts and culture, Universitas Negeri Surabaya is committed to preserve and develop Indonesian arts and culture. UNESA seeks to improve balanced students' abilities in the theoretical and practical aspects. The Performing Arts Department at UNESA has 12 student activity units that are ready to develop student potential and student activity within UNESA. These units support students' achievements, interest, and artwork as cultural exploration. We work together with art and culture study centers from other institutions or agencies to promote the nation's culture. UNESA, through the Arts and Culture Study Center, has developed a number of excellent programs. Researches and studies on arts and culture, publication of arts and culture books, arts and culture innovations and technology, publication of arts and culture journals, competition for creation or presentation of student artworks, documentation of arts and culture, education and training, identification of arts and culture works, revitalization of arts and culture, promotion of arts and culture with the non-routine agenda including arts and culture workshop or seminar.
Saya sering ngikuti dia pentas itu. Tapi kan memang kondisinya kan melemah. Jadi sempat hilang gitu. Nah, setelah itu saya wah kasihan sekali kalau seperti ini saya gitu. Ini ceritanya teman-teman Bapak Ibu yang di desa ini sangat terkenal gitu. Tetapi kemudian seperti seperti sudah tidak pernah pentas lagi. Ya banyak hal ya karena dianggap mitos. Memang seni ini dulu seni ritual. Hanya digunakan untuk jika ada orang nazar. Kedua ya karena kebetulan senimannya dalangnya itu sudah mulai sudah mulai banyak yang meninggal. Dari disertasi saya tahun 2000 senyampang berjalan saya disertasi itu saya kebetulan 2015 itu saya mengajukan penelitian penelitian hibah bersaing pengembangan wayang topeng gitu dengan lakon. Nah akhirnya saya mencoba mengembangkan tetapi dengan pendekatan regenerasi anak-anak. Karena apa? Penarinya sudah sangat tinggal hanya berapa sudah banyak yang habis. 2016 saya pentaskan pertama kali di pendopo. Pak Lurah dan sebagainya, ternyata wayang topeng itu bisa digitukan gitu. Karena apa? Saya masukkan tambahan-tambahan tari untuk pemanis bahasanya gitu ya, pemanis saja. Nah, 2017 itu saya memberanikan diri, saya pentaskan di festival internasional.
Di sini Bu Setio pembina. Saya ketuanya Bu Setio, saya tunjuk sebagai pembina. Melestarikan juga supaya generasi-generasi penerus kita nggak ke yang lain seperti di luar sana gitu loh. Kan ada peninggalannya sendiri, ada yang masih harus dilestarikan di sini.
Karena ini adalah satu-satunya, otomatis ini adalah menjadi sebuah potensi yang besar untuk daya budaya, sumber daya budaya yang ada di Jombang. Bahkan kemarin akhirnya kami ajukan untuk disertifikasi menjadi warisan budaya tak benda. Yang jelas harapannya hidup kembali.
Indonesia has great potential in sports. Having a good sports grand design is one of the important spearheads in renewing the national sports system from upstream to downstream. Starting from screening, coaching, training, providing facilities, and an athlete education system. Human resource upgrading through sports science education, training, assistance, seminar, and workshop in the national and international level. Dissemination and development of existing and new sport. Services for test and measurement for elite athletes in sports science and fitness center laboratory. Organizing annual National Sports Day. Development and mentoring of traditional, mass, and recreational sports through sports club. Development and assistance for sports for persons with disability. Research and community service in sports sciences. Along with providing sports facilities that continue to be developed to fulfill the sports needs for UNESA academic communities and to improve athletes' achievements. Other than the support in facilities, UNESA also strengthens itself in sports science through various national and international partnerships, including partnership with institutions, higher education, and sports industries worldwide. All to promote students' achievements, especially in sports in the regional, national, and international levels.
KON ini salah satu tulang punggung terkuatnya adalah UNESA gitu. Kan banyak itu mahasiswa UNESA gitu, yang berprestasi itu perlu dibanggakan itu oleh UNESA gitu toh. Dan saya dengar UNESA juga akan mengembangkan kelas khusus untuk para atlet berprestasi karena pagi latihan, sore latihan, pagi tiap hari tidak kenal Sabtu, tidak kenal Minggu ya toh. Sehingga metode pengajarannya ya harusnya beda kan gitu toh. Mungkin kita ini satu-satunya KONI yang memberikan beasiswa penuh kepada atlet maupun pelatih sampai S3. Ini yang kita kerjasamakan dengan UNESA, yang mengkomandani ya Prof. Nur Hasan sendiri gitu. Kerjasama yang lama ini sudah di bidang Binpres ya, pembinaan prestasi, kemudian pengembangan sport science, kerjasama membangun entrepreneurship di kalangan atlet, kerjasama KONI, UNESA dengan Universitas Ciputra. Saya mengharapkan begini, UNESA menjadi pusat pengembangan sport science gitu, ke depannya gitu. Karena ini harus gitu, mutlak harus se-Indonesia belum ada dikembangkan dengan serius ya, oleh perguruan tinggi gitu ya. Dan UNESA punya atensi yang luar biasa kepada sektor olahraga gitu. Nah, baik dari sisi keilmuannya ya, dari sisi SDM-nya, dari sisi kebijakannya gitu ya, dari sisi fasilitasnya. Ada loh perguruan tinggi atau universitas kayak gitu, itu kayak UNESA ini gitu ya, Pak Rektornya jagoan ini gitu.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri, selamat siang para audiens yang hadir di kanal YouTube Mawal Unesa. Dan kami ucapkan selamat datang juga kepada Bapak Muhammad Soleh, SPD MPD, selaku Direktur Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni. Teman-teman, akhirnya saat ini kita akan menuju pengumuman, namun sebelum itu marilah kita dengarkan sambutan dari Bapak Muhammad Soleh. Kepada Bapak Muhammad Soleh dipersilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Tuntas sudah grand final. Luar biasa penampilannya, sangat bangga sekali pada Anda. Dan saya sampaikan terima kasih yang sebesarnya kepada para Dewan Juri, Bapak Dr. Warju, Ibu Lina, Ibu Yeti yang telah mendampingi kegiatan ini dengan luar biasa. Adik-adik mahasiswa yang saya cinta banggakan, janganlah berkecil hati apabila belum berhasil pada hari ini. Bagaimanapun juga pada hari ini juri telah menilai dan akan segera diumumkan yang akan mewakili UNESA mengikuti jenjang berikutnya, yaitu tingkat wilayah. Prestasi UNESA tahun 2022 itu sampai pada juara 5 tingkat wilayah, gitu Mbak ya. Sehingga UNESA belum bisa mewakili ke tingkat nasional. Dan saya berharap adik-adik yang nanti diumumkan oleh Dewan Juri yang lolos tingkat wilayah, jangan jumawa, artinya jangan cepat berbangga, karena ini baru permulaan. Tentunya Anda akan kami persiapkan secara intensif untuk bisa bersaing di level wilayah. Oleh karena itu, para Dewan Juri, kami minta tolong untuk memberikan pembinaan secara intensif untuk mempersiapkan level wilayah supaya UNESA tahun ini bisa mengikuti tingkat nasional dan bisa juara. Terima kasih kepada panitia, Mas Arya, Pak Muammar Zainul Arif, dan semuanya para pembimbing di tingkat fakultas yang telah berpartisipasi dan mendukung kegiatan ini. Terima kasih. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Soleh atas sambutan yang luar biasa. Memasuki pengumuman yang penting kali ini, teman-teman. Deg-degan nggak? Deg-degan? Mau dimulai dari yang sarjana muda atau yang sarjana utama dulu? Muda, baik. Juara ketiga sarjana muda. Tepuk tangan. Juara ketiga sarjana muda diraih oleh, deg-degan pasti. 1, 2, 3, Roid Al-Mahdi, S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa. Juara kedua jatuh kepada, ya deg-degan pasti, Alivia Anggi Darmarianti, S1 Sastra Inggris. Dan juara yang pertama didapatkan oleh Kristina Septia Dewi, S1 Ilmu Keolahragaan. Tadi dari yang ketiga, yang sarjana utama dari nomor 1 dulu bagaimana? Baik, dari kategori sarjana utama Juara pertama didapatkan oleh nama depannya A. Ayo. Halo. Juara pertama kategori sarjana utama Aga Data S1 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Juara kedua inisialnya A juga. Juara kedua jatuh pada Ani Kurnianingsi S1 Ekonomi. Dan juara yang ketiga diraih oleh Faizur Rahmatin S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa. Baik, lanjut ke diploma muda. Juara yang kedua diraih oleh Deajay Nabila Belvarosa dari D4 Tata Busana. Juara kategori diploma muda yang pertama diraih oleh Naufal Hanif Ramadan, D4 Administrasi Negara. Dan kategori selanjutnya dari diploma utama, juara yang pertama oleh Arzetia Fiti Alkarima, D4 Administrasi Negara. Dan juara yang kedua diraih oleh Novita Puspita Sari, D4 Tata Boga. Beri tepuk tangan kepada pemenang kita yang luar biasa kali ini, karena perjuangan menuju Pilmapres 2023 ini sangat berat, melewati seleksi dari prodi, jurusan, fakultas hingga universitas. Semoga teman-teman yang dipilih hari ini yang menang ini dapat mewakili nasional dan bisa mendapatkan juara. Baik, kami mengundang Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri bersama Bapak Dr. Soleh untuk memberikan hadiah kepada pemenang yang luar biasa pada hari ini. Untuk sarjana muda. Juara ketiga diraih oleh Roin dari S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa. Juara kedua sarjana muda Alivia, dan dari S1 Sastra Inggris. Dan juara pertama diraih oleh Kristina Septia Dewi. Kemudian Bapak Soleh silahkan memberikan pada sarjana utama yang juara 3 dari S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa, dan juara 2 Ani Kurnianingsi dari S1 Ekonomi, dan juara 1 Aga Data S1 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Dilanjutkan pemberian diploma utama. Bapak Warju memberikan hadiah kepada juara 2 Novita Puspita Sari dan Arzetia, kepada Ibu Lina memberikan hadiah kepada diploma muda. Juara 1 dan Ibu Lina memberikan hadiah kepada kategori diploma muda. Oh, Ibu Lina. Baik, kepada Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri dan Pak Soleh bisa berfoto bersama peserta. Mungkin peserta bisa lebih merapat, dan Bapak Ibu Bulina dan Pak Soleh bisa di tengah. Silahkan Bapak Ibu mungkin di tengah saja. Baik, terlihat pemenang dulu saja Pak. Baik, melihat kamera, foto formal terlebih dahulu. Oh, mungkin foto formal. Oh, semangat. Tangan kanan dikepalkan. Semangat. Mungkin ganti pose 1 langkah di depan. Baik, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Terakhir, foto pose dengan bebas. Foto bebas. Mungkin bisa memamerkan plakat juaranya atau sarangnya, bebas. Terima kasih. Bisa kembali kita tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk pemenang hari ini dan dewan juri yang luar biasa sekali. Baik, kepada peserta, setelah ini tetap untuk di tempat ya. Mungkin peserta bisa kembali ke tempat terlebih dahulu dan tetap menuju ke tempat ini. Selamat kepada seluruh pemenang. Semoga hasil terbaik selalu mengikuti kalian semua. Dan demikianlah rangkaian acara pemilihan mahasiswa berprestasi Universitas Negeri Surabaya 2023. Terima kasih kepada seluruh dewan juri, kepada Bapak Soleh, dan seluruh peserta yang telah bekerja keras untuk mendapatkan pencapaian ini. Dan terima kasih juga kepada seluruh hadirin yang dari di rumah, pemirsa yang sudah tetap stay menonton di kanal YouTube Mawal Unesa. Saya mewakili seluruh panitia yang bertugas, mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan. Selamat siang, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.